Yes, I can see you, sir, and others are just joining. So, okay, then, sir, with your permission, I'm starting the session.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, sir. Welcome to all to the third technical session of the two-day NAAC-sponsored seminar organized by Balurghat B.Ed College. I welcome all dignitaries, experts, rapporteurs, and participants on this illuminating topic of higher education for women in India, the challenges and problems of the 21st century. Though our constitution guarantees that women there are provisions for women for their seats, there are reservations, and though we treat them as goddesses in our own country, but still, in many parts, they are still lagging the basic human rights that they deserve. And one of them is education. We know that after the Right to Education Act, education is free for up to the age group of 14. But still, the child marriages, the dowry system, everything are hindering their way to the smooth running of education and higher education. So today, I shall be opening the session with the permission of our professor and Dr. Kulan Pandey sir. And I think Sir Samsundar sir has already joined. This technical session will be presided by Professor Pradipta Kumar Mishra ji. And due to some preoccupation of Shamsundar Boyrakar sir, Dr. Shamsundar Boyrakar sir will be continuing with us in the first place, and after that we will be hearing Pradipta Kumar Mishra ji, principal of Y.S. Palpara Mahavidyalaya, Purva Mednipur, and Shamsundar Boyrakar sir is with us from Vishabharati, Shantiniketan in West Bengal. Then we have Dr. Jyotishamkar Pradhan, Associate Professor, Department of Education, Fakir Mahan University, all the way from Balasur, Orissa. Then we'll be joined by Dr. Devabhata Devnath, Department of Education, Goldbanga University, Malda, West Bengal. And all the way from Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala, Dr. Rajeshwari K, Principal of Government College of Teacher Education, will be joining us after that. And at the last but not the least, Dr. Bobby Mahanta ma'am, Professor of Mahatma Gandhi University, Assam, will be joining us. So, without wasting much time, I will request Professor Dr. Shamsundar Boyrakar sir from Vishabharati to join us and enlighten us with his speech and his. So, over to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Respected dignitaries, chairmen of the sessions, presidents of this college, participants, dear students. Now, the topic of the seminar, the webinar, not seminar, is the webinar, is the higher education for India, challenges in the 21st century. But I have tried to present my paper in a reverse way, that is, the women in higher education, challenges and remedies. Now, I start my lecture with a quote by the Prime Minister, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, that you can tell the condition of a nation by looking the status of its women. In 1854, the East India Company acknowledged the women education and employment, but initially the condition was limited only the primary level, and also the richer section of the society enjoyed this facility. Thus, it was confined only a small portions of the society. The literacy, I am audible? Hello, I am audible?
Yes, we can hear you, sir. We can hear you.
Thus, that it was...
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay, thank you. The literacy rate for women increased from 0.2% in 1882 to 6% in 1947. But today, in the 21st century, the overall increase in the women literacy rate women education has, now I try to share my screen. Women education has two aspects, that is individual aspect and social aspect. It is education which increases the women's abilities to deal with the problems of our life, our family, society, and nation. Education increases the confidence in a woman, and educated women can easily understand the demerits of the early marriage and high birth rate. They have the attitude of gender parity among the children, right from the health, care, and nutrition. Education and even the career thinking. In a word, overall the development of a society depends upon the development of its all members, the total members of the society. But if the half of the members are lag behind, because in our population, 48% of the population is a women. So if the half of the population is ignored or lag behind, obviously it will be create a hindrance to the development of the society. Now, but our past experience shows that the higher education was restricted only to men. Women did not have any entry in the domain of higher education. Now, it is these facilities has been widened and women have equal opportunities in higher education. If we see the demographic structure, almost in India, that the half of the population is the women. So, if we neglecting the attitude to deny the equal socio-economic opportunity for the women, it is very much difficult for a developing country like India. This neglecting attitude towards the women is prominent in many respects, particularly in the field of education. No one can deny that the fact that education is the fundamental agenda, the fundamental agents for the socio-economic development of a country. There are two different views of the question of women participation in the higher education. One is the traditional views, and that is the modern views. If we gone through the traditional views, we found that some of them supports the women education to equip them to become the better wives and mothers. This view believes that women's present education, believe the education today does not help them to solve the problems of their daily life. These views believe that modern educated women are neither happy nor contented nor socially useful. She is the misfit in the life and needs and opportunities of the self-expressions. But modern attitude visualizes education as an instrument for women, equality and development. Therefore, the theoretically the need for higher education for both the males and females is the same. But practically, it could be said that the female education is more important than that of the male. If we quote by the Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, the eminent education it says that there cannot be educated people without educated women. If general education has to be limited to men or women, the opportunity should be given to the women. From them, it would be most surely be passed on to the next generations. The mass involvement of women in the continuing higher education is a recent development. Before the turn of the 20th century, only a handful for few women were granted access to the higher education. Now, in the 21st century, higher education is recognized as a powerful instrument of social and economic development of the society. It plays a vital role through upgradation of depriving and marginalized sections, especially in the women in the society. Because women are the backbone of the society. They are the mother of the race and guardians of the future generation. So, education is very much necessary. In the word of Swami Vivekananda, Women must be educated, for it is the women who mold the next generation and hence the destiny of the country. Women education is the critical for the continuous growth and development for all human beings as well as the society in large. In essence of cultural, social, and economic development, highly dependent on higher education of women, as a result of which one can say that spending of money on education, especially for women, will not go up a waste. In fact, it will be provided and for improvement of the economic development of a nation. Actually, if we gone through the scenario of the India, we can find that the challenges faced by the women in higher education. To educate your women first and leave them to themselves. They will tell you what reforms are necessary. That is, if you to educate your women first and leave them to themselves, they will tell you what reforms are necessary in our society. This was told by again Swami Vivekananda. The contemporary challenges faced by the higher education system are the number one is the superstitions. Number two, religious concerns. Number three, lack of legal support. Number four, this is the stereotype mentality towards the women in higher education. Lack of opportunities. Lack of opportunities in backward areas. Unfavorable work climate. Lack of development in the women faculty. Practical structure of education and lack of the career opportunities. These are the challenges faced by the women for adopting the higher education in India. Now, these are the steps for promoting the higher education in India. What are the steps? That is the announce and declare the attractive scholarships and financial help for the both the financially poor girls and meritorious scholars to encourage women students in higher education and technical education. Most of the universities have their free admissions in the girls side also. In case of the form fill up for the assistant professor and associate professor, they also weigh out their fee structure also. Make an arrangement. Next point is the making the arrangement. Make arrangement for the appropriate counseling for both family and persons concerned of the secondary stage of education for women. Number three, create skill-oriented higher education for women in India and the rural area. Next, education policy has designed in such a way so that the women participation in higher education accelerated. Establish more female educational organizations and institutions and universities in the remote and rural tribal areas. These are the remedial measures. I am not discussing. These are the remedial measures for minimizing the challenges faced by the women in for the higher education in India. Promote wider access to higher education. Number one. Number two, procedure for appointment and promotion must be reviewed. Provision for legislative and infrastructure support in all professions and of special programs for women and confirmatory actions favoring the women's access and participation. Next, institutional land and governmental support through the clear and effective policies which should be enforced. The university curriculum must be tendered the stimulating the roles of the models for the women students, provide the encouragement and build their confidence in their curriculum. Present male and dominated careers in a perspective which would attract the women development theory acknowledge that the gender dimension plays a prominent role in finding the solutions for global problems. Some of the precepts which the mandatory to guide the women for the participation in decision making and power sharing. This is the women legal rights, adapting the cultural traditions, the challenges of the leaderships and the institutional commitment to the gender equality and feminine leadership. This is the point is that the challenges of the leadership. The point is that if we gone through the, as per the University Grant Commission report in 2015, only the 23 of the countries, that is out of 810 universities, recognized universities, have ever had a female vice chancellor. That is only 23 universities have a female vice chancellor, which is merely, that is the 0.5% of the total. This includes 6 women-only universities, that the post of the vice chancellor cannot be held only by women as per ordinance. Traditionally, the position of the vice chancellor in all the categories has been dominated by the men. In a study, you can found that by a study by the Bunker and Bunker in 2017, or 810 in higher education institutions or universities, only 54 institutions or universities are presented by women as the dean or directors. That is about 6.7%. There were only 4 female directors across the 73 institutes of national importance, that is INIs, about 5.4% of the women leaders. These prestigious institutions confirm that is the aims in IITs and National Institute of Technology NIT, and few others, none of the which were found to have a women director. Major central universities in India have never had a female vice chancellor. This is the Jamia Millia University, Islamia University got its first female vice chancellor, Dr. Nazba Akhtar, in 2019. Since the creation of the university in 1920, that is after 100 years after. Okay. The university also founded in 1922, but it is yet to see a female vice chancellor now, still now. Ambedkar University, Delhi, a public state university, has recently appointed Professor Dr. Unu Singh Lathe, that is the first female vice chancellor. India has made a significant progress towards the goal of education for all during the past few years. Keeping in view the speed of progress of the accomplished till 2000, several programs have been formulated and implemented since 2001. For instance, as our Prime Minister started the Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao scheme, which seeks to address the gender imbalance and discrimination against the girls' child. Now we can conclude by the few words that the Indian scriptures speak about the Ardha Narishwara, which means the masculine and feminine goddess. Now it is the time to establish that masculine and feminine balance in our current society. From ancient periods, female goddesses are being worshipped according to Indian tradition and culture. Besides Rani Lakshmibai, Matongini Hazra, Matongini Hazra, Savitribai Phule, Mother Teresa, Kalpana Chawla had played an important role in the development of the nations. Men and women are the two main pillars of a society. Half of the population of the country is women, so that without the development of socio-economic progress of the nations cannot be possible. And educated women have the capability to manage her home as well as her professional life. The status of women education, that is, in ancient India was quite good, but in the Middle East it was so somehow deteriorated. Now it is modern age, again it was getting the better opportunities. Lower economic status of the partners, sexual harassments, malnutrition of the girls, and social restrictions are some of the factors which affect the women education in India. The third millennium development goal aimed at eliminating the gender disparity in the primary and secondary education, preferably by the 2005 and by all levels of the education. That is my letter in the 2015. Okay, but till now, in the 21st century, women are facing so many problems like sex discrimination, high percentage of illiteracy, female infanticide, child marriage, dowry system, sexual harassment, and rape. Can access their rights properly. Now they are playing important role in the field of education, health, technology, as well as the politics. By giving the proper education to women, gender equality, women empowerment, and economic development can be possible. So we need to remember beautiful quote by Dr. Nelson Mandela: education is the most powerful weapon which can you use to change the world. And also they quote, another quote is that by the Tony Blair, in a Labour Party conference speech, the top priority of my government is to education for women. Thank you to all.
Thank you, sir, for such an illuminating presentation. Your perspective on women education has really highlighted all the problems and challenges faced by women today. Sir has also told that educated women do understand the demerits of early marriages and early childbirth. And we all know that women comprises of 48%, almost the half of the total population of India. And I remember Mr. Barack Obama here that suppose you have a team and you are not letting half of your team play, then how can you supposedly win? So you cannot win without the backbone. Without the backbone of the society, there is the woman, and she is the one who molds and fixes the destiny of the newer generation that is coming. Thank you, sir, for such an illuminating speech. I request sir to stay with us a little bit longer, if you sir can please. And the contemporary problems of 21st century, Dr. P.K. Mishra sir is also here, and sir is we are requesting sir to share his views also on this the same topic. And sir is here. Sir, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I am audible. Yes, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are very much audible.
Okay.
And sir, we will request you from our end if you can present us with your illuminating speech on the theme. And sir, I will be taking up a single minute for you this one, the PowerPoint presentation. I am taking up just a minute from you, and I will be showing the PowerPoint presentation. Please bear with me.
Okay. So thank you so much, Subhajit Babu, for facilitating me this opportunity. And it's a very great pleasure. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Audible.
So let me start my job. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Should I start my job presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So thank you again. It's an immense pleasure on my part to be a part of this two-day NAAC sponsored webinar, national level webinar organized by the premier institution in Dakhin Dinajpur district so far teacher education is concerned. At the outset, I would like to express my deep sense of gratitude to Mr. Navakumar Das, Honorable President, Governing Body of Balurghat B.Ed College, if I will say the visionary gambler of education and training so far Dakhin Dinajpur district is concerned. My known faces, among the known faces, Dr. Kalyan Kumar Pandey, then Mr. Indrajit Saha, Mr. Prabhas Mandal, as the teaching staff of Balurghat B.Ed College. Then among the non-teaching faces, Surup Babu, Bulu Babu, Moray Babu, Biplav, Kajal Kumar, and Chanchal Babu, who is very chanchal in doing all these webinar preparation works, and Subhajit Babu, who is managing all these technical shows, having a very nice articulation in this regard, what I am observing. Again, I am thankful to Balurghat B.Ed College because of facilitating me to have my presentation before this August audience in this national platform sponsored by NAAC. Again, I address all the dignitaries, all the learned participants in this August occasion. So my topic of today's discussion is Women in 21st Century Higher Education in India, Issues and Opportunities. You know, friends, this is the 2 day of this national webinar, and my previous speaker, Dr. Balurghat, has very nicely given a glaring look on the progress of women in higher education by giving focus on the governance and effective management done by the women leaders, women academic leaders holding the valuable posts in different universities, and providing a pre-base on the progress of women education in tertiary level or higher level. So by ordering a very nice presentation, my topic I have already told you, women in 21st century higher education in India, issues and opportunities. You know, friends, the position we are crossing over and the situation we are facing this pandemic COVID-19. And if you will go today's newspaper, Times of India, Kolkata edition, you will find to see that 17 million women lost employment in April 2020. and also it has been revived to some extent, adhering to the culture of work from home, but there is a problem. So for the higher education in India is concerned, if I will start my systemic presentation with the very saying of APJ Abdul Kalam, the then President of Government of Independent India, that women empowerment is highly essential for progress and development of a country or of a nation out and out. And in this women empowerment, there are two important instruments. One is stability of the society, and another is value system. And it is the lady counterparts or women folk, they can lead, they can sustain this stability, they can sustain this value system. As a result, our family will develop, our society will develop, our state will develop, our country or nation will develop. And you know, friends, if you will go to the present status of women in higher education, if we will start our discussion from that literacy gap that in yesterday's speaker, my revered teacher, Professor G.C. Nanda, was focused that literacy gap, that in case of female 65% and in case of male that is 82%. Although it has been reduced, the gap has been reduced to some extent as per the revised census 2016. But women or female candidates or women are outsmarting in different spheres. If you will say the enrollment, before independence, the enrollment was 1%. Now we have already reached 48.6% as per AISH report 2018 and 19. And you see there is compact among the male and female counterparts. So far, the gross enrollment ratio in higher education is concerned, when women are having 28.4 and male having 28.3. And if you provide look to the different programs, different courses the women candidates are pursuing, you will find that women candidates are outsmarting the male candidates in different courses, different UG and PG level courses. I will have a detailed discussion later on. So let us start my topic with the backdrop of this webinar paper. First, higher education as a powerful tool to build a knowledge-based information society of the 21st century. You know that we are having that knowledge-based economy. Every individual has a power to maximize innate potentialities for cause of his development of his family, society, then nation. And you know, friends, India has one of the largest Indian higher education system, the world comprising numerous alone technical professional institutions with annual enrollment in excess of 25 million students. Then more than 85% of students are enrolled in bachelor's degree programs, with majority enrolling in the 3-year BA or B and BSc degrees, and 1/6 of all Indian students are enrolled in engineering and technology degrees. Then women enrollment in higher education, which was less than 10% at the time of independence, has risen to 48.6% in 2018-19. Then as per AISH report, I mean All India Survey on Higher Education report 2018-19, there are more females pursuing science and medicine at undergraduate level, while for BCom, there are 99 females for every 100 males. Like this, female enrollment is very high and has also increased sharply at MA, MSc and MCom levels during the last 5 years. Now, in some of the programs, the gender gap is significantly in favor of females or medical at the UG level, where it is 60.6%, arts at 53.3% and science at 51% at the total enrollment. Then at the master's degree level, there are more females in science and arts with 62.72% and 61.78% of total enrollment respectively. Female participation has been dominant in BA, B.Ed, BSc, nursing, MA, MCom and MSc for past 5 years. And you see this graph, this picture you see, this is the growth of enrollment of females. You see, these are the 4 major courses in which the female students are dominantly outshined in their attendance. You see in the year 2014 and 15 in B.Ed course, there were 194, and that enrollment has been enriched to 11,75,517. I mean 78.86 point of growth in 5 years. Then you come to the MBBS course. That was in 2014 and 15, it was 1,70,406, but it has been increased to 2,67,197, and its percent point growth is in 5 years it is 56.8%. Then income, this was 2,22,709, and it has been increased to 3,21,058, and that is percent point growth in 5 years is 4.3. Then you come to BSc nursing, that is 1,79,496 in 2014-15, and which has been increased to 2,55,071, and the percent point growth in 5 years is 42.1. So women having a steady growth in different courses as a matter of degree, being par with their male counterparts so far higher education or tertiary education is concerned. So let us have a look on our Indian higher education system for so far the quantitative expansion and qualitative improvement of higher education by taking women into the spotlight of discussion or cognizance. So, friends, as of 2018 and 19, there are 993 universities, 39,931 colleges, 10,725 stand-alone institutions, out of which 358 universities are privately managed. 394 universities are located in rural areas. Then 16 universities, as Professor Balurghat was telling regarding the women universities, women vice chancellor. So 16 universities are exclusively for women. Out of these, 3 in Rajasthan, 2 in Tamil Nadu, 1 each in Andhra Pradesh, Assam, Bihar, Delhi, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Odisha, Uttarakhand, and West Bengal. So friends, in our West Bengal, in addition to one university, another university has come up in the year 2020, that is Kanya University, exclusively meant for women education, by keeping the long goal that, or immediate goal that, women empowerment, how higher education will be the first and foremost or a potential instrument for ensuring women empowerment. For this, so many schemes, including the Kanya schemes, are being meant for. So there are 548 general, 142 technical, 63 agriculture and allied, 58 medical, 23 law, 13 Sanskrit, and 9 language universities, and rest 106 universities are of other categories. So this is the quantitative expansion, of higher education in our mother India. So friends, if we will provide that look on rural aspect and women aspect, we will find to see 60.53% colleges are located in rural area, and 11.04% colleges are exclusively for female. The data obtained from All India Survey on Higher Education in the year 2018 and 19. Then regarding the gross enrollment ratio, just I have given a look before my presentation. The gross enrollment ratio in higher education in India is 26.3% for males, and so is 26.4% for females. The general parity index increased during the last 5 years from 0.92 in 2014-15 to 1 in 2018 and 19. The total number of teachers is 14,16,299, out of which 57.8% are male teachers and 42.2% are female teachers, which was 12,47,453 in number, with 61% in case of male and 39% in case of female teachers in 2011-12. Now, as for AISHE report 2018-19, there are merely 73 female teachers for 100 male teachers. Like this, the average number of females for male 100 male non-teaching staff is 49. So for higher education institutions or university education or institutions are concerned. In West Bengal, there are 45 universities, out of which 1 central university, 7 institutes of national importance, 25 state public universities, 1 state open university, and 10 state private universities and 1 deemed private universities as per AISHE report 2018-19. Altogether, 1871 colleges including government and government-aided and private in West Bengal, out of which 6 to 7 are private unaided colleges, 249 are private aided colleges, and 494 are government and government-aided colleges. So far, the expansion of higher education by taking West Bengal is concerned. So friends, next my discussion is on issues for women in higher education. You know friends, Professor Balurghat sir is very nicely telling that there are some standing issues, standing challenges before us. You say early child marriage, poverty, illiteracy of parents. These things are coming, rural non-availability of colleges in rural areas. So these are the standing problems with us. But no doubt we have already wiped out to some extent. But these problems are standing as problems as a matter of degree. So far the quantitative expansion and qualitative improvement of women education or higher education with reference to women education is concerned. So the issues for women education, for women in higher education, in my knowledge and visualization, I have prepared on it that social norms, poverty and child marriage, as usual, you know. Then access and location of the institutions that we are telling HEI, higher education institutions. Now the Mahavidyalaya, whatever you are saying, Mahavidyalaya or college, these are renamed as one universal name, that is HEI, higher education institutions. Then the issue is inadequacy of women hostels, not only for backward classes, but also for BPL holder, general class women. Then lack of security for women in the college and university campus. Then inadequacy of colleges in tribal, backward and remote areas. Then insufficient number of women's colleges for qualitative expansion of women's higher education. Then lack of provision of scholarships for women rank holders in various disciplines in higher education. Then insufficient provision for meeting the requirements of equity with reference to women's higher education. Then teaching methods, approaches, pedagogies adopted in higher education institutions have no specialty for women. Then lack of importance on the job-oriented or professional courses for women like fine arts, fashion designing, costume designing, textile designing, interior decoration, jewelry designing, script writing for TV and radio, computer hardware, technical know-how of electric gadgets, etc. Then another issue, sexual harassment to girls and crimes against women. Then gender discrimination, having lack of gender-friendly campus in universities, in higher education institutions or colleges. Then no provision of interaction of universities with the girls' schools. Then no scope of short-term courses like yoga education, self-defense training, nursing, cutting and stitching, etc. for women. Then no provision of courses in agriculture for women in higher education institutions. So these were the issues. And on the basis of these issues, let us set the opportunities developed by Government of India or Department of Education and other state governments, these things. So in order to address all these issues, these opportunities may be undertaken to wipe out the issues. So the opportunities for women in higher education, I would like to say that the next slide. Opportunities, yes, for women in higher education. Regarding these opportunities, first it will come an increasing trend in the establishment of women colleges and universities across the country. You know, the number with us regarding the women university, it must be enhanced, and you know that National Knowledge Commission from the beginning has told that by 2020 there must be 1500 colleges, but we are yet to cross the 1000 colleges covering different, 1000 universities covering different types of universities. So it may be treated as universities instead of colleges. So by 2020 you must have 1500 universities, but till now we are having more than 1000 universities. So taking this into consideration, So there will be the establishment of women universities in different states of the country should be an increasing trend with getting the financial allocation from the central government in the form of a central university or giving the financial support to the state governments for expansion of women universities in the different states. Then next is coaching facility. I'm just you back the slide. Coaching facility. Coaching facility refers to learn coaching schemes for students at UG or PG level. Coaching schemes for students at UG or PG level. Coaching schemes for students to prepare for NET or SET. To give career-related coaching for students for entry into services conducted by central and state governments. Then to provide coaching for all India and state civil service examination and UG and PG level examinations. Then scholarship schemes. Next slide. Scholarship schemes. In the scholarship schemes, you know friends, so many scholarship schemes have been developed by UGC from time to time in order to provide a very good financial support to the meritorious students, to the brilliant scholars, to have their further upliftment in the field of higher education, to become an able resource for the development of the country. So among these scholarships, you say the scholarships and fellowships meant for higher education like PG Merit Scholarship Scheme for university rank holders in general and honors classes at UG level, Research Fellowship in Science and meritorious students, Dr. D.S. Kothari Postdoctoral Fellowships in Science, Medical Sciences and Engineering Sciences, Dr. S. Radhakrishnan Postdoctoral Fellowship in Humanities and Social Sciences, Rajiv Gandhi National Fellowship for SC/ST candidates, JRF and Research Associateship for foreign nationals, JRF in Engineering and Technology, JRF in Sciences, Humanities and Social Sciences. The following schemes are exclusively meant for the girls in higher education. That means in addition to these scholarships, the scholarships which are exclusively meant for the girls, these are postdoctoral fellowships to women candidates, then postdoctoral Indira Gandhi Scholarship for single child, then Swami Vivekananda Single Girl Child Scholarships for research in social science. Then another opportunity that next slide please. So next is programs during 11th UGC plan period, that is the period 2007 to 2012. In this period, the UGC has offered the training programs to focus on increasing gender sensitivity issues in respect of women manager, women leaders. We are saying for effective governance and management of the higher education institutions. Then to provide some facility for women's movement for their qualitative improvement in higher education. Then next is during 12th plan period, that is 2012 and 17, very important scheme has been developed. For this, the UGC has developed the guidelines for development of women's studies in Indian universities and colleges. Out of these, you see in our Vidyasagar University, to which my college is affiliated, there is the Department of Women's Studies for expansion of women education in the tertiary or higher education level. So apart from this, there is capacity building for women managers in higher education to increase the participation of women in higher education management, including faculty, administration and staff for better gender balance and to sensitize the higher education system with equality development. Then next, about quality standpoint, just my previous speaker, Professor Balurghat, was telling that there is no difference really male and female. Male and female are both sides of the two sides of the same coin. We are equal. Just there is a thing is that we are male, we are female, and we are having that conventional duties. Male will be job oriented and female will be confined to the household works. So this notion has already been sorted out since long. So when in the present system, when we are having an educational system in toto, we are focusing on the things that we will have equity-based, inclusive and quality education. I think Dr. Balurghat will be in line with me that in the present clarion call of the day, the basic hallmark of the present educational system covering school education and higher education, that we will have equity-based, inclusive, quality education. And without women education, without qualitative enhancement of women education or without expansion of women education in a very higher degree, we will never have our quality higher education. So now time has come. We have to have our qualitative improvement of higher education by giving topmost priority or by bringing to the women higher education onto the spotlight of discussion or to the mainstream of the educational expansion so far higher education is concerned. So quality mandate developed by UGC such as quality mandate objectives to be achieved by the target that is 2022. We have to achieve all these things. Without expansion of women education and qualitative improvement of women education, we can never achieve this. So, first is 50%. Am I audible? Am I audible?
We can hear you, sir. Very much.
Okay. So, 50% of graduates get access to employment. At least 2/3 of the students should involve in socially productive activities during their period of study in HEIs, I mean higher education institutions. The students should be trained in crucial professional and life skills. The teacher vacancies at any point of time should not exceed 10% of the sanctioned strength. 100% of the teachers should be trained in the latest and emerging trends in their respective subject domains and the pedagogies that translate their knowledge to the students. Every higher education institution shall get NAAC accreditation with a minimum score of 2.5 by 2022. Then about this quality mandate initiatives, for achieving these quality objectives, what should be our quality based or quality mandate initiatives to be undertaken by different state governments, keeping in conformity with the guidelines of UGC. So number one is induction program from students before the commencement of the session. Now, you know, friends, we are having that CBCS pattern. The students have to know the different nomenclatures, different very functional terms about this and the technical procedures of the CBCS pattern. That's why they must be oriented through a program that is called induction program for the students before the commencement of their academic session. Then learning outcome based curriculum framework, revision of curriculum at regular interval in order to make the curriculum need based, dynamic, forward looking, so that our students will not compete in the state, in the country, rather they will compete in the global market, in the global world to show their charisma for getting recognition in any work field. Then adoption of ICT based learning tools for effective teaching learning process. You know, use of technology is mandatory. We have to make the teaching learning system ICT based, and taking this pandemic situation into account, we are already acquainted with that blended approach, that is the combination of hardware and combination of offline and online courses. So we are having that blended approach now in order to adjust with each and every situation in which technology has a pervasive role. Then impact of life skills for students. I have already told you in yesterday's discussion, my revered teacher, Professor J.C. Nanda, was focusing on that life skills, adhering to that 21st century skills, without which we will never adjust with any situation. We will never be adaptable. So we have to that innovation with us, that adaptable mind with us, that creativity with us. These are the major planks of our life skills for student is concerned. Because important is after school education or higher education, what will be our post adjustment as a learner, as a citizen, as a worker, all these things. Then next slide, please. Then next is social and industry connect for every HEI. You know, friends, now we are telling, the present national education system is telling we must have a balance between industry and our culture, our value, our so that we'll have our wholesome or holistic development. So there must be a great deal of connectivity between society and industry. Then examination reforms, test the concept and application and exit examinations. There must be examination in the form of continuous assessment, that may be through internal or external, but it must be a continuous practice. There must be learning for assessment. So tracking of the students' progress after completion of course, that means students must be given immediate feedback on their knowledge of result after completion of their part time of the course, after completion of their one semester. They must be acquainted with the result so that they will know what are the plus points, what are the minus points, or what are the strong points, what are the weak points of his presentation or of his acquisition of knowledge. Then induction training for all new teaching faculty, annual refresher training for all teachers. You know, friends, it has been mandatory. Even if the teachers who are having their promotion through career advancement schemes, it has been mandatory. You must have such and such number of orientation programs, refresher courses, and the teachers who are newly recruited in the institution, they are having that induction program at the university level. The affiliated colleges of different universities are getting that scope to have the induction program all over India. Then foster quality research by faculty and creation of new knowledge. You know, friends, yesterday my Revo teacher was telling that there is the scanty of research so far the women education is concerned, so far gender equality is concerned. So we have to provide ample scope to the women scholars to have their research in different dimensions of gender equality or in different aspects of or dimensions of women education, its sustainability, its development, its enhancement. Then mentoring of non-accredited institutions so that every institution can get accreditation by 2022. You know, friends, there was a Paramarsha scheme developed by UGC and the leading institutions in different universities having A or more than or A plus grade, they were recognized as the centers of Paramarsha for the affiliated universities to enable them to have the NAAC accreditation, and the recent target said that is the minimum 2.5 to do by 2022. So after that, let us have, you know, that the present document, next slide please, the present document in our educational system, that is National or New Education Policy 2020, that has got its permanent shape on 29th July 2020 by the Department of Education, Government of India. So let us have what was the light, what is the light or what are the thrusts of NEP 2020 on women higher education in India. So again it has told early marriage is one of the chief reasons for adolescent girls dropping out of schools and prevents their access to higher education. Then expenditure on girls' higher education is lower than boys within the family. This trend is also continuing now that the parents are giving importance on the expansion of education of their boys in comparison to their girls so far higher education is concerned. Then with regard to curriculum, the NEP 2020 stated that a gender responsive educational curriculum will reverse gender bias and discrimination within the educational system and society, as we are discussing in form of issue that gender discrimination is there, how it will be wiped out through prevalence of a gender-friendly atmosphere. In this regard, our curriculum should provide a very dynamic role, a very pervasive role, a very vital role, as curriculum is the actualization of the teaching learning transaction of the course contents. Then there will be a transformation of traditional methods of teaching, learning procedures and resources. You know, friends, as we are having this webinar platform, you take it as a method of learning, as a method of teaching learning transaction, seminars, workshops, conferences, symposiums, all these things. So there will be active participation of the learners. It will be a 50-50 sharing basis of the giving and receiving end. So these practices should be accepted, and that has been recommended in the NEP 2020 for women in higher education in India. Then with regard to the employability, the NEP 2020 reported that though female enrollment in engineering and medical colleges is high, but women entering in IITs, in postgraduate research and elite institutions is low. This is the report revealed by the NEP 2020. Then parents' bias in higher education expenditure, which results in less number of women in research and development sector and senior management levels. I have also just few minutes before I was focusing on this thing. Then NEP 2020 prescribed to approach gender as a cross-cutting priority to achieve gender equality in education with the partnership of states and local community organizations, because you know, friends, expansion of women education, not only the first and foremost task of the educational institutions or higher education university, It is the total responsibility of the community. It is the responsibility of all the stakeholders of education, how women education will come to the mainstream of the society to play its significant role for the development of higher education in the country. Then the GOI, Government of India, will constitute a Gender Inclusion Fund, GIF, to provide quality and equitable education for all girls, with focusing on ensuring 100% enrollment of girls in schooling and a record participation rate in higher education. Then decrease gender gaps at all levels, practice gender equity and inclusion in society, and improve the leadership capacity of girls through positive civil dialogues. It also emphasized that the number of women on leading positions of the institution, including principals, teachers, wardens, physical instructors, and other staff, should be increased. As my previous speaker, Professor Bairagya, was highly stressed on this matter. So NEP also focused that for effective governance, there must be capacity building programs for women managers as principals, as vice chancellors, as deans, as heads, as wardens, all these things. Then all educational institutions will be mandated to conduct awareness sessions on gender issues to break stereotyped gender roles. These are on the importance of harassment-free environments and equal treatment of genders, and on legal protections and entitlements for girls and women, including the Prohibition of Child Marriage Act, Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act, the Maternity Benefit Act, and the Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace Act. Then this training will aim to raise teachers and educational administrators' awareness of gender-sensitive and inclusive classroom management. So this is the thing. And after that, let us sum up my session. Let us conclude what should be the thing, what should be the action points that should be focused while thinking about the expansion of higher education, women in higher education with its qualitative improvement. The number one is to provide equity-based, inclusive, quality higher education for the women. I have already told earlier. To make the structure of higher education courses or programs more flexible and adaptable, that my teacher, Professor Nanda, was telling yesterday. Need of gender-neutral, technology-oriented curriculum, more adjunct to sustainable employment. As no friends, we are focusing on SDG, Sustainable Development Goals. As our speaker in yesterday's webinar, he was telling, Professor Chatraj was telling about that SDG 4, that is quality education, SDG 5, that is gender equity, all these things should be focused. And to make employability a sustainable affair, we have to take this step. Then counseling cells for females in higher education institutions with emphasis on research in gender issues. Then focus on the capacity building training for women educational administrators to enhance their leadership roles in the field of decision making, planning, administration, supervision, monitoring, management, and development, leading to effective governance of higher education institutions. Then next slide, please. To increase women's participation in science, technology, and vocational programs, to accelerate the facilities for women under open and distant learning programs, to have crèche and childcare facilities for married women in higher education institutions, to organize advocacy programs to give recognition of the contribution of the women for the progress of higher education nationally and globally. And last one is to focus on life skills adhering to 21st century skills. So at the end of my discussion, let be little bit informal. Again, I am extending my, am I audible? Am I audible, please? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So at the concluding meeting, at the concluding minute of my discussion, let be informal in my approach. Again, I express my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Nava Kumar Das, President, Balurghat B.Ed College, and really again, the visionary gambler, not only in the field of education, really the change maker. So far Balurghat is concerned, I am going through his development in course of the Facebook transaction. I owe my heartfelt gratitude to you, sir. Then my known face, among the known faces, very dynamic, learned figure, that is Dr. Kalyan Kumar Pandey. So I am thankful to you, sir, for you are managing the show as the remaining in the organizing committee. Then Sri Haripada Saha, Chairman, Balurghat Municipality, also a part of the Balurghat College. Then among the known faces, Dr. Biman Chakravarti, Dr. Ashish Kumar Das, and among the known faces, just like my colleagues during my principalship in Balurghat B.Ed College, Mr. Indrajit Saha, Prabhas Kumar Mandal, then all other faces. Among the non-teaching loving faces, again Surup Babu, Bulu Babu, Malay Babu, Kajal Kumar, Biplav, Karthik, and Chanchal Babu for giving me this opportunity, remaining in the fraternity of Balurghat B.Ed College. Last but not the least, Subhadip Babu for being although very junior to me, but he is managing. Really, I am getting very. It is giving me immense pleasure because he is managing the show very nicely, very lucidly. I expect such type of tempo with him in the further intellectual discourse. Thank you again to the entire Balurghat B.Ed College fraternity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. What an insightful discourse by Sir Mishraji, sir. And I am very much sure that YS Palpara Mahavidyalaya is highly benefited by such a leadership that will aspiring future, that will surely, lead the way towards a more gender-friendly campus and a facility. And Sir's speech is booming with enthusiasm, is booming with the promotion of women education, and not only that, Sir is actively participating in everything. Sir, namaste, sir, and please stay with us. And Sir has rightly noted in the line of Dr. Samsundar Bodarko, sir, also that the standing issues that hinder the easy path towards women education are child marriages, lack of scholarship for higher education, teaching methods and approaches which are not at all gender friendly, and obviously the lack of the role model or the woman leadership in the modern day. Because we see the statistical data given by Sir also shows the same, as none of the parliamentary figures or the VCs are in the position that can be claimed a majority. And but Sir is very optimistic also, as Sir has also told how UGC and the planning commissions and the Union government is, taking women education as their priority, and they are doing all the required steps towards gender equity and equality. In the quality also, they are taking vigorous step. This is a notice came back a week back that every higher education institutions should be accredited by NAAC. And this is I think we all agree with that line that this was required a long way back. So let's see that if we can reverse the gender discrimination with a positive gender discrimination towards women, and let us hope for the best in our future. I will hope that this 1,000 universities that has come up, almost 1,993, and almost 40,000 colleges that we have in our union have all have the same way where a woman can go and feel free without having thinking of sexual harassment or anything of that sort. So let us hope for that day, sir, when everyone who walks with a free mind. And now I would ask and request Professor Dr. Jyotishankar Pradhan, Associate Professor, Department of Education, Fakir Mahal University, Balasore, Orissa, to continue with the program and share his insightful thoughts and resources with us. Is Jyotishankar Pradhan sir with us online? Hello, Pradhan sir. Mishra sir, is Pradhan sir on the line? I am not seeing Pradhan sir on the line. I think there are some technical glitches with Pradhan sir. Okay, we will wait for Pradhan sir for a few minutes. Hello, hello, Mr. Sanjay, I think your microphone is off. Hello, Mr. Sir.
Bolun. Please carry on. Actually, Jyoti Shankar sir is in a problem because today RET examination in Fakirmon University is going on and there are some technical problems. So he rang me and told me, sir, brother, I could not make this show. So what will be done? You tell. We will have our discussion and we will manage this show for the greater interest of our Balurghat B.Ed college. Okay, I am with you. No problem. Okay, we'll do. Because accident is accident, friend. What will do? That is the thing. So please, sorry for him. But what will do? Okay.
It's perfectly all right, sir. Actually, I was also calling him, and I think sir might be busy, so we just cut the call. Anyhow, I think Bobby ma'am is also with us. Bobby ma'am.
Yes, please. I'm here.
Okay, ma'am, can I request you to please take over the program from here so that I can.
Yeah, just
Okay, sir. Please take your time.
Yeah.
Please take your time, ma'am. And Mr. Sir, you please stay with us. Your valuable feedback will be all required. Thank you, sir.
Hello, everybody.
Ma'am, good afternoon.
Yeah. So,
Yes, ma'am, you can continue with the session.
so should I take over the session? All right. As for today, I shall speak on higher education for women. Its necessity. But before I start up, I would just like to owe my gratitude to the president of the college, Sir Navakumar Das, sir. My namaste and my greetings because you are the pillar of the institution. You are the vibes. You are everything. Okay, and also, along with this, I owe my humbleness and gratitude to Dr. Kalyan Pandey, sir, Dr. Ashish Babu, the entire fraternity of Balurghat B.Ed College. And I certainly agree to Pradipta Kumar Mishra, sir. He has rightly stated that you are doing a great job, Mr. Shubhadeep Das. It's really an excellent performance. And I should say that Balurghat B.Ed College really, you're really in the right place, and glad that you are associated with it as an IQAC coordinator. I think it's going to be a good, good thing for the institution as well. Well, as I have stated earlier, the topic of my discussion is on higher education for women, and I will speak about its necessity basing on, you see, the different aspects. They are the strength, weakness, opportunities, threats, and challenges. So since day one, a lot of resource persons and dignitaries, they have spoken about the issues, the perspectives, the prospects, the problems associated with it, and the challenges that one has to undertake. So a whole lot of job has already been done. So today I'm just, with a lighter note, I'm just taking over the session. I shall specifically deal with these aspects, that is the strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So, my hello to everybody once again. So, while talking about the strength, you see, we should agree that women, you see, they have personal and inherent leadership skill. We should agree to that. We cannot deny, right? Again, while talking about women, we find that they are more, you see, organized. They're more organized and systematic. Again, you see, they are dutiful. All right. You see their punctuality. They're sincere in, with whatever task they undertake, and their performances as compared to the male counterparts. It's like it's not like I'm not universalizing, but as compared to most of them, their performance are much better than those of the male counterparts. Now, again, they have a great lot of patience, and they are very, very much hardworking. They can bring or develop a team spirit. Okay, so. Again, we're talking about the motivation level and the power of inspiring someone to get the job done. I think women, again, they possess the strength. Now, again, to assist or, to counsel or to guide somebody, again, women is, like comes into the main focus.
Ma'am?
Yes, please.
Ma'am, can you please hold up your microphone? Hello,
Right?
ma'am. Your voice is breaking down here.
Yeah. It's
Can you please hold up your microphone?
okay.
It's very coming, like a far away from like that.
Okay.
Okay.
Just wait. All right. I'll just switch off the thing. Just.
Okay.
I'll just switch off the Bluetooth. Let's see.
It's better, ma'am. It seems better.
So, is it audible now?
Yes, sir.
Better, no? Actually, some construction works are going on. You see outside, so I just thought of taking the.
Yes, sir.
Anyway, am I audible now?
Actually, I think there might be network issues with that also.
It's breaking, no? It's breaking. I feel. Oh. Should I restart
No,
again?
I think that network problem will be resolved like it can be done. You can please carry on, please. If you can, if it is okay, then you can tone up your voice a bit higher so that we can hear you ma'am properly.
Okay. So, what do? I'll switch on to the laptop because I'm using my handset.
Okay. Okay, ma'am, you can do that if that is convenient for you. Because voice is breaking and there are issues with this one. The images are breaking over.
Yeah, it's breaking, no? It's breaking. Okay, so just could you just give me 5 minutes?
Sure.
Yes, please. Mandika.
Thank you everyone for cooperating. Ma'am will be joining us in a minute or so because of technical issues we are facing. So ma'am will be joining us. Please stay with us for a minute. Ma'am will be joining us as soon as ma'am find her technical problems. Okay, please stay with us. Thank you.
Yes, please. Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the sound okay?
Yes, ma'am. All right.
All right. So, well, like I was just speaking about the strength, okay, strength of women and why higher education is important for a women. Well, while talking about strength, as I've already, you see, look for, when we look for a job, you see, we look for a candidate for the primary school teacher or pre-primary school teacher. We often say that a lady teacher is important. Then again, for counseling, we find a lady. So, with regards to even the different kind of assignments for a job, we prefer women rather than the male. Okay, so we see, keeping this into account, we see that. A lady possesses a lot of strength, and they have the capability to assist or to counsel or to guide. They even have a good communication skill. Okay, you talk about the soft skills. They really possess a good communication skill. So again, they are very much focused. Okay, they're goal oriented, and they really strive hard to complete a given task. Okay, so we feel that they really possess those kind of strength wherein they get devoted. Okay, like they don't see day or night, so they give their heart and soul to complete a given task. Even they possess multitasking skills. Talk about a working lady. They come with the home job, okay, the home assigned job, looking after parents, kids, the kitchen jobs, the entire thing. So they have the multitasking skills, which I believe that it's very rare to find in a male counterpart. Okay, so looking into these sectors, I'm just focusing on the strength part. Okay, so when we look into this, we see that definitely when women are given a chance to really educate themselves, and in a way, if they are given a chance to continue their education to the high level, then definitely they will be very beneficial for the society. Well, coming to the next part is the weaknesses. Okay, so while talking about this, we definitely see that women are, say a lady is always homesick. Okay, they think about if they're working out, starting outside, they're homesick. But again, we cannot take this into granted because they power to suppress the emotions. All right, they don't reveal what's going on inside. They hardly reveal. So they more. Yes, please.
Can you turn on the
Is
camera?
it okay?
No, your video feed is not coming through. Actually, your audio is only coming.
What's wrong with my audio, right?
The audio is coming fine, man. Video feed is not coming at all.
Yeah, network issue.
Network issues.
So,
Oh, okay, please carry on.
okay.
No problem. Actually, President Sir was asking for your video feed. So, yes, it's fine. Now it is on. Okay, ma'am. Yes.
I was just holding it if I was speaking this way. Well, I said about the weaknesses. So again, as I said, they have to, the part to suppress their emotions. They are more involved in taking care of their families themselves. You see, they take things. I should look after my parents. The other things. Okay, the male counterpart, maybe the husband or this thing. Rather than their, they have the capability of not showing or revealing the emotions. They work hard to get, to help others, to really, protect them. All right. So taking care of them, looking after, giving. They have more of giving than taking. So again, they have the compromising skill. Okay, with regard to the health, their needs, their desires. You see that women really compromises. This is really a practical thing that they really compromises when it comes to the others, happiness or giving a smile to others. They really compromises with their health. All right, they and all those. Okay, so again, ladies are workaholics. All right, when a task has been assigned to them, they will really put heart and soul, and they'll really, they really wish to complete the task. They don't usually. You will not find in a lady that it's okay. Like I'll do tomorrow or maybe a week later. No. When a task has been given, they make sure that yes, I should complete it, and it is a task, and not just completion, my dear. It is completing very nicely, systematically, in a very organized way. Okay, they make sure that it is done nicely. The presentation should be good. So that's there. So when you see when I'm talking about the weaknesses of women, all right. So these weaknesses are you see are a positive sign for any kind of job, okay? Because these weaknesses in turn are the strengths for getting the work done. So that's about the different aspects. That is the weaknesses. So coming to the next aspect, that is opportunities. All right. So just hear very carefully. I'm talking about the opportunities being assigned something. Then definitely, as I stated, that they give their heart and soul to complete a task. So in this case, when we see those as weaknesses, as I said, it is in turn a positive sign for the people. So in a way, we are actually focusing on the opportunities, okay? Opportunities relating to the economic development. So So while stressing upon the opportunities, it is definitely good for economic growth. You see, when we look into the World Bank, you see, women see a 25% increase in wages later in life with only 1 year of secondary education. So if it's that case, then if we provide them higher education, you can see how the country benefits. So when women are educated, then definitely the entire economy grows and gets strengthened. So in this way, it is really good for the economic growth. So that comes under the opportunities. So the next is good for communities. So an educated woman, you see, as I said, an educated lady can deal with the community. So it is referred as good for communities. Okay. So an educated woman with increasing potential is more likely to give back to the community than her male counterparts. Okay. So educated women, you see, they tend to value. All right. They have the compassion skill. They will learn to empathy. All right. And they will be involved in community engagement. So we have, you see, when we talk about the NGOs, we talk about community upliftment, we often find women coming forward to do a good job. So again, the next is effective methods for family planning. Once ladies are educated, they know the basic hygiene and their health, then definitely they can take care or take some effective measures for planning their family. Again, there will be decreased chance of abuses by delaying marriage and childbearing. So once a lady is, educated, they will know the rights and responsibilities. They will be in a position to take, steps. They'll be able to take the necessary decisions that is required to build up the life. All right. So again, the next is decrease child and mortality rates. So this doesn't need much of explanation. So financially also, when a lady is being educated, they will be financially strong. They will be able to look for a job. They will be financially secure for themselves and their family. Usually, you will find that, especially as I belong from Northeast India, from Meghalaya, Shillong. We have seen right from my childhood, we have seen that ladies are much, the preference of ladies are being given much more than males. Okay, so it's like it's unlike the other states. So that's it. So coming to the next part is threats and challenges. So you see, in my earlier part, I've spoken about opportunities. So we see that women are so much beneficial for the economic development, for the stability of the country. So if this is the case, then definitely we should provide an opportunity wherein they get. All right. So obviously, the other speakers have already stated, they have given the statistical reports and data about the existing scenario relating to women specifically. So we see that government has rightly taken initiative for the upliftment of women. So coming to the threats and challenges, we often hear about the sexual harassment. All right, so this has been a part and parcel in a lady's life. So if a lady is being educated, they learn to defend themselves, then definitely. Again, you feel like it's very easy to say, okay? It's very easy to say, but when it comes to reality, it's really very difficult, okay, to deal. Because even when a lady, I should say that even I have experienced that, if a lady is humbled, if they, you see the smile of the ladies are taken for granted, I tell you. So when we smile or when we we tend to speak first, or like the male counterpart feels that okay, like she's giving me a green signal, so I can come close to her. So this is really even an educated lady faces the problem. But however, if and only if ladies knows the rules, regulations, the rights and duties, then definitely they will be able to raise their voice. I should say they should be able to raise their voice. Again, I also have come across certain news like ladies, there's so much, reservation or the precautions that are being provided to the ladies. But again, there are instances wherein ladies also takes advantages of these, these benefits. Okay, so we cannot again generalize things. It depends upon individual differences. Okay, it depends upon the person concerned, the individuality of the person. But generally speaking, sexual harassment is really, it has really been a part and parcel in women's life. So, coming to the next is, even in different companies, job sectors, we find that there used to be pay gaps. I had recently surveyed, and the responses was, such that even if the lady works or being assigned the same job, the pay gap is the it has been a factor. Again, because a lady is able to do multitasking, they multitasking jobs. They're able to work much better or much more than the male counterpart. It is seen that they're assigned a lot of duties and responsibilities. However, the pay remains the same. As I've already pointed out again, the health issues, they compromise with the health. So a lady suffers a lot with regards to you see the backbone pain, the health, the other health related issues. So there used to be health issues, and because they don't compromise, it keeps on. They keep on suppressing, and later it becomes a real big issue. So again, in terms of financial burdens, like a poor family, if there are 2 kids or a son or a daughter, we see that education for boys, the son, is preferred than that of the girls. Even now, this exists. Again, there are cases of early marriages. There are cases of where a girl child is being it's overcoming the issue. It's dealing. Yet we find in some parts of India, early marriages are being preferred. Like, why will the family let their girl child continue? Because ultimately she has to get married, and they're going to send the daughter. So why to waste, money on them? So these are certain, threats that are being facing. The ladies are facing. So, however, these threats can be treated as challenges. Once girl child are being educated, all right, when we try to empower a woman, a child, then definitely they will know the right, as I've stated. So they will be able to take the right decision. Okay, they will be able to be a part. Like getting a job. At least they can look after the family. So in this case, the responsibility of the society and the country at large is that we need to empower women. Empowering, you see, like when we talk about empowering, again, I look empowering in a different perspective. However, I will not talk about this now, but empowering is something else. Okay, you need to know the rights. You need to make use of the energy in the right way, in the right platform. It is not just you see the girls has been given power, so I'm making use of this legally or illegally. No, it shouldn't be so. So right now, as we are just focusing on higher education, I believe that every girl, definitely, like everybody has said, should be given an opportunity to educate themselves, specifically continuing the education and reach to the higher level, so that in turn the country will benefit. Because once a lady is being educated, definitely it is very much beneficial for the country. So this should be the major concern of every country. So that's it for from my part. I really appreciate Balurghat B.Ed College, and so I just placed all the aspects in a very gist form, in a very lighter note, because we have already been overdosed with all those informative and the statistical reports that has been laid out by all dignitaries from day one. So that thank you once again. It's a humble gratitude and thanks from my side. Please.
Bobby Mahanta, ma'am. Ma'am is such an exemplary figure and definitely does serve as a role model for the young and energetic. Am I audible? Hello? 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 Is my mic audible? Hello?
Yes. You're audible. Yes.
Oh, okay. And I was talking about Bobby Mahanta, ma'am, and how ma'am is such an exemplary figure, and definitely she serves as a role model to the young and energetic women folk and the girl student alike. And ma'am, she has told that with the multitasking skills and much more involvement towards the community upliftment, a woman can surely be one of the major figure who can develop the society as a whole. And ma'am has, as a lady, have touched the nerves of the woman's sufferings And ma'am has rightly shown that in the social patriarchal society that we live, a woman's suffering is all that she has. We still know that many areas of our country still consider women not at par with the male counterparts. But in some few isolated areas of the Northeast, there are matriarchal societies, and they run with a woman as their head. And they are not functioning only at par with the patriarchal societies, but excelling in some situations also. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring speech, and thank you, ma'am, for showing what are the problems and the issues the women are facing nowadays. Can I please give my gratitude to Professor Devrabroto Debnath sir for joining us today, all the way from Malda, West Bengal. And sir, could you please take on the mic and share your views with us and share your experiences? I give the mic to sir, and sir, you please continue with your. Sir, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, so then I'm giving the mic to sir.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Very good afternoon to all. First of all, I would like to convey heartfelt thanks to the organizer of this today's international webinar. Special thanks are due to Mr. Novakumar Das, the president of this college, and Sri Kullan Pandey sir, and all other faculty members of the Balurghat B.Ed college who are very well known to me, because I visited several times to this college due to some personal purpose, and I also know her very well, and I know not in Balurghat college, but uh, she has joined this webinar today, and I would like to share my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to all the dignitaries who were present yesterday and who are present today also. The topic selected by the webinar, organizer of the webinar, is a very good, very emergent and very needful one. And I think it is a very well discussed topic, because the position of women in our society, what should be the position, what is the actual position of the women, we are discussing with this topic for last many days, many decades, many years. But I am seeing that the position of the women in our society is not so much changed from the past, because there are I think from yesterday many speakers told the reasons behind this, why the position of women are not at par with the male counterpart of our society, and why the women are lacking in higher education, and not only in higher education, in every part of education, why they are lacking, what is the causes, what is the reasons behind this, women are lacking from the males of our society in education system, not only in education system but also in everywhere in social aspects. But I think it is the topic is already well discussed, and when I was preparing for this webinar, and when I went through some related literature, everywhere I saw some common topics, some common points that are some social problems, some problems caused by the families, some problems caused by the guardians, problems caused by the social other members of the society, and dowry system, and women trafficking, and this and this. But the problems are the common. But I don't know why there is no solution. Why we couldn't find proper solution of this problem so far. All we are thinking about that we have to spare the right position of the women in our society. All we are thinking about that we should spare the equal opportunity to the women in our every walks of life. We have to share the same position in our education system. We have to share the same position to the women in everywhere in our human life. But I don't know why, where is the problem? Why the problem is not solved so far after so many years after independence, and after when we are uh, much more advanced in every aspects of our life, in our social life, in our we are more advanced with technology. We are more advanced in everywhere in life, but I don't know why the position of women are still remaining in the same position from where we have started during our independence. And I think the this type of seminar will be able to find a proper solution, and this type of seminar arrangement of this type of seminar will find the proper solution how to solve the problem, and how we may give the women her desired problem, the desired desired position, and the desired position. We have to able to share their desired position, the desired position of the women in our society. And I am very much grateful to the organizer of the seminar or to providing me a chance to share this platform. But unfortunately, today I am very much busy with another my personal problems. I requested Mr. Novo Kumar Das, my beloved Novoda, to please leave me, and I will. It is unfortunately I am not in a position to spare more times with you, and so once again. And if you organize this type of seminar, I will with all my ability, and I will try to set you my presence during the whole time of the session. But today I have to leave just, and I think the speakers who are present today and who already have lectures and who will deliver the lecture, they will really enrich all of you, all of us in this position, in this topic. The seminar will achieve a grand success. These few words, I would like to conclude my. And I once beg forgive me. I am not in a position to spare more time today. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable comments. We know all that sir is very busy and a very busy person, but still, by the request of our president, sir, and my own personal request, sir has spared some time among that very busy schedule, and sir has enlightened us with his thoughts, maybe for a few minutes only, but sir has done and sir has said what was required. Sir has told that how pre-independence era, in the pre-independence era, women were marginalized, and still it is going on, though it has reduced substantially, but still we have women who are marginalized in the society. Sir's illuminating speech or discourse will be followed by one of our key speakers today, all the way from Thiruvananthapuram. We have Dr. Rajeshwari, the principal of Government College of Teacher Education. Ma'am, all the way from Kerala, ma'am has joined us in this webinar today. And because of this technological advancement and the technological era, we are all very happy, very delighted to hear ma'am. We are very glad to have ma'am with us. And we will be hearing ma'am's thoughts and her expressions from ma'am herself. And ma'am, I would request you to take over the mic and please carry on with your presentation for today. And thank you once again, Devnath sir, and thank you once again, Dr. Rajeshwari ma'am. Ma'am, can you hear me? Hello? Hello, ma'am? Hello? Ma'am, am I audible, ma'am? I think ma'am is going through some problem. Let me just have a call. I think because ma'am has been given the time at 1 o'clock, ma'am is still waiting for her time. So let us wait for ma'am. In the meantime, let me call her and ask her to join if she can. Ma'am also told me that she was going through a meeting, with the Vice Chancellor of her university. So ma'am told me I will spare some time for this one, the webinar that we are conducting. So still, ma'am, I have told ma'am to join us at 1. So let us wait for another 5-10 minutes so that ma'am can join us again and enrich us with her thoughts. Thank you all for waiting. Hello. Hello. Am I audible? Hello.
Hello, I am Dr. Rajeshwari.
Ma'am, you have joined. We were actually waiting for you, ma'am. Okay, ma'am, you have joined.
Okay.
Ma'am, my name is Subhadeep, ma'am. I am the coordinator,
Yeah.
and I was talking
Yeah.
with you, ma'am, over the phone.
Yeah.
I know.
Okay, it is you. Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
very yes, yes.
Okay, ma'am.
Very happy to see you.
And very happy to see you too, ma'am. It is our pleasure to have you on board. Actually,
Yeah.
I know you are a very busy person and you are going through all the meetings and everything. We will be privileged to listen to you, ma'am. So without wasting any time of yours, I'm just holding over the mic to you, ma'am. You please continue with the session. Okay.
Oh, okay. At the outset, I take this opportunity to thank for giving me this chance, especially Bobby Mahanta. She is my friend for giving me this opportunity. Okay. Your is based on your program is based on women empowerment issues related to higher education. So I think that I am the last thematic presentation session or technical session, and you might have come across with many sessions based on the different challenges or problems faced by women in higher education. And more than half of all college students are women. Less than 1/3 of all full-time professors are women, and the troubling gaps in academia are proving difficult to close. That we know. But the low representation of women in higher education and indicative of their qualifications to be higher leaders, it spotlight that the idea that there are too few qualified women to hold leadership positions. It is exactly a myth. While there may be qualified women, are they holding higher leadership positions at a steady, sustainable rate? That we have to think. And many reports offers an update on women in higher education and sheds some light on the positions and degrees they hold, the salaries, and many other things. And new data indicate that there are more than enough qualified women in higher education who can fill available leadership positions. And women prepared at a greater rate than men. That is a fact. Women have earned more than 50% of all doctoral degrees since 2006. More than 50% of all bachelor degrees since 1982. More than 50% of all master's degrees since 1987, and more than 50% of all associate degrees since 1978. All these are the data collected from many authentic sources. So this is actually the status of women in higher education. But despite these encouraging statistics, the availability for leadership position by women, we all know that they do not hold associate professor or professor positions at the same rate as men, especially in many of the eminent universities, central universities, or the other national law schools or national schools. Perhaps one of the biggest indicators as the pay gap between men and women who hold the same faculty rank during 2015-16 academic year, male faculty members made an average of around 89 to 90 when compared to female faculty members in the higher positions. The number of women leaders, you think about the leaders, you think about the scientists who got Nobel Prizes, the number of men rare when compared to men. Why this is happening? Why this is happening in the field of science? We have heard of Marie Curie, Pierre Curie, but the number of women in that position, they are rare. Still they are rare. Why? But we can see the first, we have seen that majority of women are either graduates or postgraduates or in like that, you know. So here, this is the key position, and in my talk, I am actually being a teacher. I am dealing more with the problems of female teachers in Kerala. What is happening in Kerala? Female teachers, they have who are in the secondary level. After completing the graduation or post-graduation, they are taking their B.Ed degree and then they are joining courses. And in Kerala, about more than 95% of teachers are female teachers. That's a fact. In majority of states also, the same is the case. I think so. It's a special case. As in private schools or in other CBSE schools, 99% of teachers are female teachers in Kerala. But they have hired even master's degree or MPhil or PhD. Then what are the problems of these female teachers? The problems of teachers with the nature of the job. In addition to these teachers, we know that they are also employed in many other sectors. And the problems are based on the sector in which they are working. And also the family setup. Fairly large proportion of teaching community is comprised of female teachers. This is one of the major service sectors chosen by women in the state. The health-related problems are more prevalent among these teachers or working women in Kerala. Majority of the responded, that means the teachers or the working women, they skip breakfast daily. And they do not get time for simple relaxation and engage in any recreation. Very high ratio, unnecessary emphasis on works related to documentation of and many other engagements, and also lack of reference materials and inability to go to the libraries or public places for reference, especially the case of women due to cultural milieu, for maintaining their position. You know, the extensive support from members of family is essential to reduce the pressure of double work of school and home at a time. We all know that the teachers, if a female teacher, she is playing different roles. That female teacher is a teacher in the school or a college or a higher education institution throughout the daytime. She is acting as a mentor or a guide or a reflective practitioner in the school or a leader or even a clerk in the school throughout the daytime. But she has to play different roles as a wife, as a in-law, daughter-in-law, as a mother, as a sister, so sister-in-law, all these roles are to be played by the. So that is actually hectic for that particular woman to play all these roles in an efficient manner if she is not getting extensive support from members of family. Should be properly trained in time management, planning, administration, and also in life guidance. We have seen that the B.Ed course itself is a life guidance course, but they need much better training for leading all these things. We all are in a gender sensitization and women empowerment. The status of women in societies, states, even in India, there are different states. Women is different societies, countries, and religion will be different. What are the real problems of women? Do their problems understood correctly? Problems of women are less addressed or overlooked many times. What special provisions and rights are set apart for the welfare of women, both nationally and internationally? And how far those contributed to welfare of women? All these are to be discussed. All these are to be discussed in detail, and the solutions are to be emerged out in seminars like or workshops or talks like this. Though the number of women in different occupation is increasing, proportion is far lower than men. Other than teaching professional schools, majority of women are employed in informal sectors and less paid, sometimes unpaid. In another important factor, there are only few sectors. Paradise of women. Truth. Even here, the ratio of children below 6 years shows an alarming decline in female population, which may be a direct impact of societal outlook on women. We have seen that there are many acts, rules, and declarations which establishes, or all these establish equal rights to men and women. It was even established in the UN Proclamation. On 10 December 1948, the General Assembly of United Nations adopted and proclaimed the UN Declaration of Human Rights. A list of human rights elaborated in the declaration provides a common standard of achievement for all people and all nations. That means the declaration proclaimed that equal rights of men and women have determined to promote social progress and better standards of life in larger freedom. Again, Durgabhai Deshmukh Committee on Education of Women in 1959 stressed the need for undifferentiated curricula for both boys and girls, and also to treat education of girls as a special problem. The Committee on Status of Women Towards Equality, that is during 1974, revealed a declining proportion of women in the population, low female literacy and education, higher female mortality, waning economic participation, and poor representation of women in political processes. UN Development Decade 1975 to 85 viewed growth of institutional mechanisms such as the Department of Women and Child Development, deemed welfare to development, and finally to empowerment in the plan. The National Perspective Plan for Women 1988 to 2000 chalked out the national gender agenda till the turn of the century. The National Ramamurthy Review Committee towards an enlightened and human society highlighted the need for redistribution of educational opportunities in favor of girls belonging to rural and disadvantaged sections with adequate support services, and also asked for 50% share for girls in education resources. Again, the National Policy on Women's Empowerment 2001 meant to bring about the advancement of women, emphasized on equal access to participation and decision making of women in social, political, and economic life of nation. Equal access to women for health care, quality education at all levels, career and vocational guidance, employment, equal remuneration, occupational health and safety, social security and public office, strengthening legal systems aimed at elimination of all forms of discrimination against women. We all are teachers or teacher educators. You please think whether these are happening in all states in equal extent. That is equal access to women for healthcare, quality education at all levels, career and vocational guidance, equal remuneration, occupational health and safety, social security. We have to be very careful in attaining all these things for eliminating all forms of discrimination against women. There are various constitutional women in India. The Constitution of India have several provisions to safeguard the status of women. The main provisions are given in the Articles 14, 15, and 16. Article 15.3 says that nothing in this article prevent the state from making any special provision for women and children. There are significant constitutional amendments to ensure status of women. So in addition to the Article 14, 15, and 16, the amendments, the 73rd and 74th constitutional amendments that actually implemented in 1992 give 33% representation to women in Panchayat and Nagar Palikas and 30% headships to women in these bodies at the village, block, and district level in rural areas and in towns and cities. Again, we have to think all these are happening or not. Why these are not happening? We are educated, we don't know what are the provisions given in the Articles 14, 15, and 16. We don't know the amendments, 73rd and 43rd constitutional amendments, what has been given in that. So we have to educate all women. We have to make them aware of all their rights and duties. Because I think that all women, they are trying their level best to maintain health and joy in their family. Especially the teachers. The teachers are to be trained and made aware of all these aspects because they are the torch bearers. They are shaping the destiny of classrooms. So they have to be careful. So since they are shaping the destiny of classrooms, they are to be made aware of all these things. They have to transfer all this knowledge to their students. any special provisions, the position of women even in a recent person literate society is not so promising. That we are experiencing. Even in service sector, women are facing variety of problems. The changes in family structure from joint family system to nuclear family system fired up problems of women to a great extent. The problems of employed women will vary with the nature of the job I have already mentioned. That is, it is based on the sector. But you consider the teachers. We have seen that fairly large proportion of teaching community is comprised of female teachers, which is one of the major service sectors chosen by women in the state. They are thinking that they are comfortable in that job, or even the society is of the notion that the women are comfortable in teaching job. You think, or we have to think and reflect whether we people are comfortable in that job. So we have to emerge out strategies or conduct many studies to find the problems of teachers, female teachers. And I have also conducted a study. And here, before winding up the session, I am presenting some of the findings of that study. That is, majority of female teachers. I have conducted this study among female teachers in the district of Calicut under Calicut University, working in a government institution. Now I am transferred to the college under government college under Kerala University. He has conducted among teachers under Calicut University. That majority of female teachers working even in different levels, they are facing familial problems and professional problems. And the problems faced by them are more or less similar in nature, regardless of the level in which they are teaching. Whether they are a PG teacher, whether they are a UG teacher, or whether they are in institutions. Among the personal problems, health-related problems are more prevalent. We are actually ignoring the health-related problems of teachers. I think that the bank employees or higher executives, they have given privilege for executive checkup every year. But no teacher is having such a privilege. No teacher is bothered about their health. They are always skipping their breakfast, other meals also, for undertaking different or variety of tasks in their institution. Then again, we are using our voice. Then we are not at all giving any rest to our vocal cords. The doctors are saying that you give rest to your vocal cord, sound rest. Is it possible for us? So that is another thing. The problems faced by them, again, they do not get time for simple exercises, relaxation. They are unable to engage in any of the recreation activities. Most of them do not get time to read even newspapers. We are always saying that teachers should be lifelong learners, but they are not getting time to update their knowledge, to read newspapers, or watch TV news, TV shows. Majority of teachers at higher level, they opine that even wearing saris, especially the studies in Kerala, that's why saris is inconvenient for teaching, as well as it will take lot of time. But that is only a typical problem of Kerala or South India. Among the familial, sorry for the disturbance. familial problems, cooperation of family members was identified as the major problem area. Majority of the respondents, they do not get cooperation from spouse and children and household matters. So that they themselves should complete all those works after return from the education institution. They may be having overtime jobs, in question paper setting. They may be engaging in these type of participations for their own empowerment. Have to manage their time effectively. Getting any training to manage time management or training to update, or they are not getting opportunity to update their knowledge always, because there are even rules for orientation or refresher courses. There is a time limit. More than 2 teachers won't be able to go for the same course, even though if it is found to be very for that particular teacher. Such restrictions are also there. Then majority of the my own experience, and also you all are experiencing that, we teachers are comfortable, especially female teachers, if we have strong family support. Possible, how we can expect it from a very nuclear family with our husband also highly engaged in different profession. Majority expect support from spouse in household works and in supervising studies of their children, but available is only marginal. It is also the result of this study. Then you think about the huge syllabus, the hectic practicals and practicums to be finished within the limited time, even a loss of working days, the tension caused by the existing system of education and examination, lack of enough reference materials, then the other problems, the internal marks, everything. The major professional problems reported by majority of female teachers. Again, the harassment. Harassment, that means they have to keep their, they have to be punctual. They have to finish their portions within limited time. Again, they have to engage in different other post-scholastic activities. Sometimes the head of the institutions may not allow them or permit them to go through that. Again, there are many other personal problems. Pressure is there. We have seen that for adolescents, there are peer pressure. But for the female teachers, definitely there are peer pressure in many aspects. Then a teacher of science subject, again the practical works. You think about the full-time duty in the lab, but nobody is bothered about that. A technology teacher have to integrate many things, have to update knowledge. You think about the COVID pandemic situation itself. Condition of a female teacher level, many. Then the number of students may be increases up to 100 in the case of teachers teaching some other subjects. That means in a particular classroom, if they have the second language or the regional language or part 2 or part 3 combined classes are there. The study revealed that those teachers, especially the female teachers, they are struggling a lot in those classrooms, and they have many health issues due to large crowded classes. We have seen, we are always saying that we have technological facilities, we have multimedia classrooms, but to what extent all these are functioning effectively? Always problems with the technology as well as the current supply, failure in current supply and everything. So we have to use our vocal cords. But what we have to be, we have to maintain our vocal cords or our sound box very effectively. Then the reference facilities in the institution and the time available for reference, that is also very limited. This is opined by many of the teachers. Most of the teachers have an average of, now it is said that PG weightage, it has withdrawn. So they have to work for 16 to 18 hours. And also if she is or he is, if she is a research guide, then again she has to work more. For dissertation work, she has to work more. Suppose you think about a committed teacher. She is working throughout the day, especially nowadays, from morning 6 o'clock to evening 9, 10 o'clock due to these online classes. So all these are the problems. What remarked as a problem, almost all teachers disagree with the practice of assigning only let grades in kids. So that is the thing, and the female teachers, regardless of the level of teaching, they are facing this personal, familial, and professional, which heavily influence their physical as well as mental health. A person suffering from physical and mental stress may not be able to engage in creative activities. We have seen that the teachers, they are highly creative, especially female teachers, because we have seen that the housewives are highly creative. They are managing the kitchen very effectively because of their creativity and critical thinking. And they are becoming teachers, then that creativity will be very useful in the teaching also. Since the problems faced by leading teachers at different levels are mostly alike, a comprehensive approach should be necessary to solve those problems. In the teacher education institutions, in other higher education institutions, and even in schools at different levels, these teachers are facing almost similar problems. Many studies have showed that. The health problems of majority of teachers is due to improper food habits and lack of exercise. These unhealthy, both physical and mental, and many cause irreparable damages to any of the important body systems. A working person must have to strive for the family as well as for the institution. Adequate support is essential. So, extensive support from members of family is very essential. So, we have to educate them. We have to make aware of the society about all these things. And sharing of responsibility should be begin from family itself. Works that children alone could do beautifully. Why we should not train those children? So train them in doing so. Cooperation from spouse is also most crucial. So opportunities to make them aware about personal problems and development of is essential. So teachers should be properly trained in time management, which will help them to find time for breakfast, relaxation, exercises, as well as for official work. The educationists, planners, and administrators must develop urgent plan to eliminate those problems facing by female teachers, which is essential for quality enhancement of education. Education in general and higher education in particular. A very high teacher-pupil ratio is suggested as a problematic situation, and team teaching, it is an effective solution for that. Study and unnecessary documentation, it is another thing. So that is to be avoided and everything, but it needs necessary preconditions such as transformation of curriculum in an integrated manner and change from period system to hour system. Means the system, the hour system, that means even in the PG, for PG, we have seen that earlier it was considered as 1.5 hours, and now it is 1 hour. You know, those PG teachers, majority PG teachers have to carry out many dissertation or projects, so they have to guide or supervise their wards. So that all these are to be considered. So I think that the seminars or workshops like, or these conferences like this should have to emerge out strategies or solutions for making them more successful in their fields by eliminating all these constraints. For that, we have to educate our society, we have to educate our kids, as well as we have to make it or we have to not bring it to the notice of the higher authority. So let us hope the best. And I take this opportunity to once again to extend my sincere gratitude for giving me this opportunity in Balurghat B.Ed College. And special thanks to the dear friend Dr. Bobby and also the coordinator. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for winding up the session so beautifully with a thoughtful speech and illuminating discourse, which has shown light towards the problems women face every day in workplace and educational institution alike. Dr. Rajeshwari ma'am is a leading figure who is leading her way and infusing her values in the students and the trainee teachers who are associated with her. Thank you, ma'am, for doing that.
Thank
and
you.
As ma'am has already stated that more than 50% students are women who are enrolled in the colleges, yet they are not in the same position as professors or in other leadership programs or positions. Even more than 50% doctoral degrees were given or awarded from 2006 to women. Yet they don't share the same position in the rank of professor as well. The role of woman has been clarified by ma'am. Like it is not that she is only in a single dimension. A woman has challenges coming from multi dimensions. Maybe her role as a teacher or a mother or a wife or a sister. But they all lead their ways and successfully lead their ways because of their multitasking skills, which are adorned to them by managing time and resources. And if they are given the equal access to the sectors of education, occupation, remuneration, and the legal systems, then it will surely strengthen the backbone that eliminates the demon of woman discrimination. Ma'am has also pointed out the regional problems of southern India, which is also at the macro level all around our country. Ma'am has also touched the nerves that we should inculcate manners in the children so that they respect women for all their lifetime. I would like to share a small data here that according to United Nations, women earn 23% less than men globally. So it is not a problem of India, but it is a problem of the international. Okay. So, ma'am, please be with us as we ask our reporters and request our reporters, Dr. Kalyan Majumdar, Assistant Professor of Lal Baba College, Howrah, West Bengal, and Ms. Vidya Roy, Assistant Professor of Nikhil Bongo Shikhak Mahavidyalaya, and Mr. Sumit Datta, Counseling Psychologist and Mental Health Trainer, Kolkata, West Bengal, to share and reflect their views on the themes and the sub-themes. I would ask Mr. Kalyan Majumdar to please guide the way and lead from the front. Kalyan sir, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible. You are very much audible, sir. I'm passing the mic to Kalyan sir, and sir will be sharing her reviews and reflections on the topic.
Okay, sir. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you,
Actually, I feel privileged and very happy to be here as a rapporteur. These were my thoughts about Professor Shyamsundar Boiragi and Professor Pradipta Mishra. Both the persons are very renowned name academic arena of West Bengal at present situation. Sir, both the presenter has given enough information in their presentation. They have identified the position of women in higher education in India by proving various facts and data. Actually, Kazi Nazrul Islam has said rightly, এ বিশ্বে যা কিছু মহান সৃষ্টি চিরকল্যাণকর আছে নারী অর্ধেক তার নর. Situation, after hearing such thought-provoking lecture, we are very much sure that it is a fact. There will be equal participation of men and women in higher education in India. Progress of Indian education system will not be possible to advance the education system of India. So I am not feeling so well today. That's why I am not in a position to share my video. Actually, both the sessions are very thought-provoking. Both the sessions are very informative and enriceful session. I also want to extend my sincere gratitude to Balurghat B.Ed to act as a rapporteur here. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your such wonderful insightful thought and reflection. Sir, please be with us as I will ask Ms. Vidya Roy, Assistant Professor of Nikhil Banga Sikh Mahavidyalaya, to share her views and reflections on the same. Ma'am.
Thank you so much. I hope I'm audible to everybody.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am, we can hear you loud and clear, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity for rapporteuring in this 2 days NAAC sponsored national webinar on higher education for women in India, problems and challenges in the 21st century. So I will be concluding on what Dr. Rajeshwari ma'am just said, that there is no tool for development more effective than the empowerment of women through education, sports, recruitment. She very well pointed out the facts and the problems majorly happening in southern part of India, especially in Kerala. She even talked about the different researches she has conducted and the various findings of that study, that why women are still, even after being graduate, even after being a postgraduate, even after holding a PhD degree, still they are lacking, still they are somewhere, they are not gaining that same position as equal to as the men. So she also pointed out the facts that why the problems are occurring, and somewhere or the other, the family, the parents, our father, mother, our husband, children, they are equally responsible in shaping up the career, the integrity, and the future of a woman. So ma'am has really pointed out so many points. I mean, she spoke so well, and I'm really mesmerized by her points, her lecture. Ma'am, thank you so much for the wonderful lecture. She has also talked about strengthening the legal system, equal participation of women in the administration, in the education, in the political, socio-economic culture, everywhere. Like why a woman should be given equal opportunity as compared to as men, because women are the creator, are the, they are making this nation, they're shaping up this nation, they are transferring the knowledge to the small kids in the education system, in the schools, in the colleges. So I think what ma'am pointed out, that it's really very important for us, for the society, for the nation to understand the need and the importance of educating, empowering women in this current scenario. And since we women are, we are backlogged, we are like from long centuries we have been kept in seclusions. So I think this is a high time for us to realize that why women are so important and why they should be educated, why they should be empowered in this 21st century. It is really very important, and I think ma'am has pointed out very well on all the points. She has covered almost everything about the policies, about the committees which are working for the upliftment for over years and years for the development of the woman in terms of education, in terms of social economic background, economical issues, and everywhere. So thank you so much again, Balurghat B.Ed College, for organizing such a wonderful seminar. And I think this kind of webinar should be organized on and off. Like, it should be there. Thank you once again, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your perspective. Ma'am has really pointed out all the issues that Rajeshwari ma'am has touched. And really, it was a wonderful session that we had today, with such resources coming up from all the parts of the country. Now, I would request Mr. Sumit Datta from Calcutta. He is with us. Sumit sir, can you hear me, sir? Sumit Datta sir, counseling psychologist and mental health trainer from Calcutta. We have with him today. Sir is online. Sumit sir, I can see you. Can you hear me, sir?
Hello?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir. Sorry.
Am I okay?
Yes, sir.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So first of all, thank you so much for inviting me as a rapporteur in your wonderful seminar on women empowerment, women education. This invitation is especially significant because I don't belong to the education sector. I'm a counseling psychologist. I'm a mental health trainer. But I found it very interesting. I especially I have been appointed rapporteur for the session on Professor Bobby Mahanta and another professor, Devabroto Debnath, who unfortunately had to cut short his session for other constraints. So Professor Mahanta spoke very well about, she highlighted about the SWOT analysis for education for women and the need of understanding the higher education for women from the SWOT perspective, that is the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, actually, the challenges. Now, regarding strengths, she highlighted that women already are endowed with so much of strengths, which are manifested in various areas, like maybe be it counseling or be it in handling various situations in professional and personal lives, because they have certain qualities and certain skills, like good communication skills, they have soft skills, they are focused, they are goal-oriented, they are much more devoted, and also they are very hard up in, completing their tasks. They can multitask. We all know that they are expert multitaskers. So these can be their strengths. And also, she highlighted in a way that the weaknesses that are perceived, like, okay, they are more compromising, they are more of givers than takers, they are workaholics, are actually can be converted into their strengths. So this is a very good point that was raised by Professor Mahanta, that converting the weaknesses into strengths. And also, she highlighted about the opportunities, which are like, if the women are empowered, if the women are educated, they can be such good contributors in community development, in nation building, because they have significant contributions to be had in the community, be it at the family level, through family planning, the health and hygiene of the family, and also the economic upliftment of the family and the community as a whole, and thus the entire nation as a whole. So these are to be kept in mind, which she highlighted in such a wonderful way. And also the challenges she highlighted, that women may be given, we can perceive that women are giving sometimes wrong cues. Now, these are to be made aware to the women and to the men also, so that if the women are more educated, they can be more aware as to where their strengths can be treated as perceived as weaknesses or threats by others, and which can be the challenging situations which they, with their expertise, with their education, with their greater awareness and knowledge, they can transform them into strengths, into sort of greater avenues for development. Now, I would like to, I would like to highlight certain aspects also over here that from the psychological perspective, because I was listening to the lecture very intently, and also lecture by Professor Debnath, who was highlighting that in spite of so much rampant inequality, so much of development also, we still can't understand why there is such discrimination for women education. I think we need to go a little more into the psychological aspects as to why women are being still discriminated against, as to why, in spite of knowing all these things. Because remember, this seminar is happening at a very important juncture. I think this seminar is can be a very good pathway for greater, for a wonderful future, because we are at a crossroad right now with the COVID crisis looming large all over the world. Once the COVID crisis is over, we'll be entering a new normal where there'll be newer challenges, where there'll be newer perspectives to be had, newer ideas to be exchanged. Given that scenario, and coming from a country like India, where women are worshipped, especially in the state of West Bengal, where women in the form of Durga, in the form of goddess Kali, in the form of Lakshmi, Saraswati, all over India, women are worshipped. More so in West Bengal. We, as educators, as psychologists, we have the greater responsibility in propagating the idea that women empowerment through women education is the need of the hour, is the need that everyone has to take up as part of their duties and responsibilities, because then only we can aim towards fulfilling those sustainable development goals, be it gender equity goal, be it goal 4, education for all. Because if we give equal opportunity to women, then only nation building, the goal 8, goal 9 can be fulfilled. Goal 8 is about health for all, goal 9 about nation building, economic development, and infrastructure. Because we must remember that Swami Vivekananda said that a race can only develop if its women are educated, if its women are properly nurtured, if its women are empowered. And this has been championed also by our venerable Kavi Rabindranath Tagore, who also championed this cause through his initiatives in Shantiniketan, in Vishwabharati. And I, as a psychologist, I would request, I would urge, and since through all my seminars and workshops and conferences all over India and abroad, I urge the educators to include greater role of psychology in education, because we need to understand the underlying psychological perspectives as to why this discrimination is still rampant, and how to eradicate this discrimination and bring about greater opportunities for women and greater equality for women in education, so that this discrimination is gone and we have equal rights and opportunities for women. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sumit Datta sir, for helping us, delve into the psychological aspects why women are still discriminated in the society at large, even today, and not only in India but globally. And sir has rightly pointed out how and why we should propagate gender equality and equity. And with the sir's experience in this sector, I think it was very enriching for us and illuminating as well, that we listened to him, and it was our sole desire to hear him speak for a long time. And I should have, if I may, then ask sir to speak more about that. But we shall also arrange that in some other time. Sir, thank you very much once again. And I would request you to visit sometimes to our college and, share your views and your ideas,
Sure.
which are so illuminating here.
Thank you. We can do workshops. We can have life skills workshops and gender
Surely,
work.
sir. Surely, sir. We shall do that. And because you are there, it was our privilege, and it will be our privilege to attend to you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. And now I would request the chairman of this session, this technical session 3, Mr. Pradipta Kumar Mishra, to share his views for the last winding of the session. And after that, I will pass the mic to Dr. Kalan Pandya, sir, who will be summing up the proceedings for us today. So over to you, sir, Pradipta Kumar Mishra, sir, Principal, YS Palpara Mahavidyalaya, Purva Mednipur, West Bengal, and the chairperson for this technical session 3. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Subhadeep Babu, for managing the technical session and giving me this nice opportunity to listen the very valuable presentation of the eminent speakers covering different dimensions of women education in the present context, or you can say women education in so far tertiary level is concerned in the 21st century. No doubt, the sum and substance of the presentation given by Sam Sundar Bairagya covering the different aspects with regard to challenges and remedies of women in higher education was really very realistic and practicable. And by the help of these remedies, what we are saying, what we are observing, that there will be gender gap among the male and female, all these things so far higher education will be bridged up. And then my presentation, I would not like to give the summing up of my presentation, but I will say in one sentence that the present Indian society, being the having the knowledge-based economy and having the educational system to have our transaction in a multi and interdisciplinary approach, if you'll say there is the need of an equitable, inclusive and quality society, which can be possible through a quality higher education system. Through a quality higher education system, we need efficient and proficient manpower covering both male and females. And another, Professor Devanath has nicely given the psychological aspect with reference to women in higher education. Then Bobby Madam has given the position taking Assam and also focusing on the different issues in the field of women in higher education. And very nicely, the paper presented or the presentation given by Dr. Rajeshwari Madam, really I was highly impressed on her presentation, Madam, by taking teacher education into the limelight of discussion, and I enjoyed a lot by knowing from her study because her presentation was totally research based out and out. Really, I enjoyed a lot, I learned a lot, but thing is that there is scope for refinement, and all of us know that new education policy 2020 is also at the initial stage of its implementation, and different policies and formulations are coming up under the purview of this thing. And you say the statutory bodies, so far teacher education is concerned, so far medical education is concerned, so far law education is concerned, so far nursing education is concerned, is coming under the banner of one board, that is the professional board, and remaining under the flagship of that higher education council in India. No doubt there will be reforms, there will be refinements, but thing is that we should stick to our objectives, our purposes in one point. In another point, how quality will be ensured as a matter of degree, so that quality higher education to be maximized both by male and female. But the age-old feelings that is existing in different Indian families nowadays, because of you see early marriage, you see poverty is another factor, you see illiteracy of parents, blind beliefs of parents, and unconditional love and affection towards the male counterparts. All these things should be minimized in such a manner. And the women categories or the females, those who are having innate potentialities, we have to provide them immediate support. We have to provide all sorts of inputs so that they will maximize their potentialities with them, and the interest the area they are interested to pursue their career, they must be facilitated in this manner. And in course of my discussion, I have already told there are some areas, you see B.Ed, you see MBBS, you see nursing, all these things, the women are very largely outsmarting their male counterparts because of their inclination in the teaching, inclination in the related fields. And it is accepted with effect from the new education policy or national education policy 1986 that so far primary education is concerned, there should be 50% female teachers, so that they will realize the plights, they will realize the pulse, they will realize the psychological state of the children as they are very small children. But another thing is that side by side we have to see, and Dr. Vairagi also highly emphasized, also in course of my discussion I have also stressed that although the number of female teachers are increasing, you see the female teachers are coming out with flying colors so far their job profession in teaching is concerned, qualifying NET, JRF, all these things, they are doing PhDs, but it is yet to be universalized so far the women category is concerned. But we do not think that now, what we will think that we cannot say women are abala, drubala, all these things. They are signing very well and they are getting all sorts of opportunities. I have also told the UGC has given the different kinds of different categories of scholarships. And you take West Bengal as a case, the government of West Bengal has implemented that Kanyasri Prakalpa with effect from school education to K3, that is higher education, from the year 2013 onwards. And now we see 2020 Kanyasri University has been established to promote women empowerment. So we are in a very steady progress, but it will take time. And we have to change our mindset, and that mindset should come from within by being influenced by different scholastic literature, attending different programs, awareness programs, all these things. And we also bring some changes in our existing policy from time to time so that we will keep our trend with that global development, and then we will sign our figure, we will show our smiling face as a developed nation. That was targeted by 2020, and that has been set by maximum by 2030. We can recognize ourselves as a developed nation. And in this context, higher education, in particular education in general, focusing on women empowerment, will definitely have a catalyst role for for making India as a developed nation. So thank you so much for giving me this very vital assignment as the chairman of the present technical session. I enjoyed a lot. I got a great deal of self-satisfaction by listening the very valuable presentation of the eminent speakers. So thank you, Subhadik Babu, again. Over to you. Now I am waiting for you because I got a call from your college regarding that valedictory session. Then I am ready for the further course of action at your end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, without your constant support and your motivation, it would not have been possible for us to, conduct this session, not only session, the entire webinar program. I know that I wish this program to be a meaningful success, and I hope that I have done justice to my part. And thank you, sir, once again, as the chairman of the technical session 3. And sir, okay, and now we'll be having a lunch break of 30 minutes, and we shall continue our valedictory session from 2:30, and we will be joined by Mr. Haripada Saha, the chairman of Balurghat municipality, as well as the veteran educationist Dr. Kullan Pandey, who will be summing up all the proceedings from day 1 to the day 2, all the proceedings. And at last, we shall be having our president, Sri Navakumar Das Sirji, as the vote for thanks. Thank you, sir. Thank you all. Please be with us. We shall join again at 2:30. Thank you. Good afternoon, all. So we are all here now again after the lunch break, and I think Pradipta Mishra sir was sitting all during the lunch break during the entire time, and we are all gathered here again after such a fruitful session, technical session 3 of today. And to conclude the entire session, we have with us the chairman of the Balurghat municipality. He will be joining us here physically here very shortly, in a very short duration of time. And he will be the chairman of that village actually session also. And one of the Haripada sir is also one of our esteemed member of the governing body of Balurghat B.Ed college, and has been associated with the college since long, as well as member of the trust. And he is also one of the members of the trust that runs the Balurghat B.Ed college, that is the Balurghat Educational Welfare and Promotional Trust, and which is presided and headed by Navakumar Das Sirji. So we are all here, and I welcome you all again on this technical, the end of the technical session 3. So, sir, Mr. Sir is also here. Sir wanted to have a small talk with us about his experience while staying at Balurghat, and his experiences with President Sir. I have been here for 2 years now, and prior to me, Sir was there, and Sir was there with all his leadership and qualities that Sir has bestowed upon Balurghat B.Ed college. So I would ask Sir to speak for some time before we are joined by Haripada Sir, the chairman of Balurghat municipality. If Sir pleases, then Navoda Sir is sitting right in front of me, and if Sir wants to speak with him, he can directly speak with him. I am giving the mic to Sir, Mr. Sir, and so that Sir can talk with him.
Thank you, Subhadeep Babu. So let me express my address now on the webinar.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can.
Okay.
Audible, sir. Perfectly audible.
Okay. Sir. Okay. Thank you so much again for giving me such a prestigious session of today NAAC sponsored webinar on a very vibrant topic for women in India, problems and challenges. Again, I express my sincere gratitude to Mr. Haripada Saha, my well-known face, during my visit to Balurghat B.Ed college in the capacity as resource person, because I have after official departure from Balurghat B.Ed college 3 to 4 times. Really, when I used to go Balurghat, I thought that I am coming to my own adopted village. Whatever it may be, I like and love Balurghat very much. And during my visit to Balurghat B.Ed college, I did meet with Sri Haripada Saha. Now I extend my best wishes and congratulations to Sri Haripada Saha because of holding a very benevolent position in Balurghat, that is Balurghat municipality. Really, Balurghat municipality is always recognized and always accepted by everybody because of his sincere efforts. And I think Sri Haripada Saha will tend all these efforts to make his name unique as long as he is in the chair of chairman Balurghat municipality. Then my another known face, shown in as another patronage of this webinar, Mr. Navakumar Das. I have no words to express the unique personality of this very legendary figure, having that area of specialization in law education. And no doubt, Balurghat B.Ed College is the first college in West Bengal which recognized me as the principal. I have started my principalship in West Bengal, first in Balurghat B.Ed College. That is because of Mr. Navakumar Das. He actually realized what is quality and what was the hidden potential with me. And during my tenure as principal in Balurghat B.Ed College, we have done first NAAC accreditation. So, if I will say again, in such a age, Mr. Navakumar Das is devoting all sorts of his time, energy, and resource for the cause of the development of Balurghat B.Ed College. And really, friends, no doubt Balurghat B.Ed College may be a self-financed college, but the teaching learning transaction, the academic management, the quality monitoring aspect of Balurghat B.Ed College, the staff pattern, all these things are unique. And I always utter again and again in different places when I used to visit to different teacher education institution in the capacity as NCT expert. So again, Mr. Navakumar Das sir, I am really indebted and grateful to you. Your unconditional love, affection and belongingness and blessings towards me is always remain with me. And if your blessings with me, definitely I will say, I will sign day by day to achieve my ultimatum. So thank you again. And really you are the visionary gambler of education. So far teacher education is concerned, your inquisitive nature, your dynamism, your policy making aptitude, it will always be accepted in Balurghat in particular and Dakhin Dinajpur district in general. Then another figure, Dr. Ashish Kumar Das, although retired as principal in Balurghat College, and very nice person, very man of good scholarship and personality, and I have a good relation with him, and he is also very known face to me during my principalship in Balurghat B.Ed College. Then Dr. Kalyan Kumar Pandey, really a very intellectual figure, a good writer, having area of specialization in English and having the tempo of lifelong learning. I extend my gratitude to you, sir. You all are senior persons, but in course of my interaction with you, I learned a lot, I enjoyed a lot, that I am cashing or capitalizing right now, remaining as the principal in a general degree college with having B.Ed and M.Ed department, very close vicinity to my native state, Odisha. So among my colleagues, Mr. Indrajit Shah, who is very friendly with me from time to time, and always now I am having that relation with him also. Then Subhadeep Das Babu is enjoying a very nice position, IQAC coordinator. Really, he deserves to be the coordinator IQAC. So far, the existing pattern is concerned with reference to my secondary information and all other faculty members of Balurghat B.Ed College. Then I also extend my sincere thanks to the former principal of Balurghat B.Ed College, Bobby Mahanta Madam, who was one of the speakers in the last technical session. Then again, I express my best wishes to my junior brother, Dr. Kalpataru Mandal. Is a very genius, is a very scholarly personality, now enjoying his status as lecturer or assistant professor in a government college among these teaching elements. And among the non-teaching staff, if I'll start my best wishes from Sujay Babu, librarian, Shamoli Madam, assistant librarian, Swarup Babu, enjoying this time, managing the establishment of the institution, Bulu Babu, managing all the affairs of the college, Malay Babu, managing the official records, remaining in the post of office manager, then Kajal Kumar, Biplab, Karthik, and all other known faces. Really, I am missing Balurghat B.Ed College from time to time. Although I am remaining in different works activities, but I will never forget Balurghat B.Ed College. And I am having that in unconditional love for this college. That's why this college is recognizing me, is giving me such prestigious position. So I will not consume the time anymore. So the topic was very nice. Really, I would like to request Kalyan Pandey sir to give the report to the University News for its publication in the campus news of University News, and will have its onward transmission to NAAC. So definitely the college will have its importance, have its significance in India also. So thank you again. And I expect such type of topics should be organized. The webinar on such type of topics should be organized as the need of the day. So definitely all the participants will be enlightened, all the resource persons will be exchanged their views, so that a new gamut of knowledge, and with searching for a new dimension. So for women education is concerned, no time, this time we are having women education, another time we will have another focal area. So thank you so much again for giving me this opportunity in the valedictory session. Really I am grateful to all of you, to the entire fraternity of Balurghat B.Ed College a lot. Thank you again and again. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I'm really very much proud to organize in favor of Balurghat B.Ed College this 2-day NAAC sponsored national webinar. And I also feel pride in directly interacting with a lot of resource persons, scholars, dignitaries in the field of education, and enriching myself thus with new and novel and constructive ideas with those dignitaries and scholars in the field of women education. Congratulations to all dignitaries and scholars, eminent resource persons, experts in the fields of women education, participants, rapporteurs, the faculty and technical staff of the college, the governing body of Balurghat B.Ed College, organizing this 2-day NAAC-sponsored webinar, national webinar on higher education for women in India, problems and challenges in the 21st century. This is a much thought of topic selected in the perspective of the empowerment of women of India as well as our national mission for New India. The webinar is designed to create nationwide consciousness about the indispensability of higher education for Indian women and to trace and eliminate the problems they encounter and to defeat the challenges in the society in this century. During the process of their higher education in the country, it has been experienced and found that the prevailing problems and challenges as pointed out by the distinguished dignitaries, resource persons and experts prevent our women aspiring for higher education from fulfilling their aspirations. India is a land of nearly 130 crore people. Women form 47.4% of the total population of India. This large number of people remains still neglected in the society. The human resources in them remain undeveloped and unutilized. They are restricted to domestic duties and responsibilities and denied full human rights to receive higher education. What have come out from the 2-day national webinar are the problems impeding the growth rate of women's enrollment for higher education in India, which need to be eliminated in order to ensure and provide higher education to them with a view to helping the process of attainment of our national mission for New India as well as doing social justice to Indian women. The webinar session opens with the welcome speech of Mr. Haripada Saha, Chairperson of Balurghat Municipality and member of governing body of Balurghat B.Ed College. Mr. Saha stressed the need of maximum facility and opportunity to be provided to our women to receive higher education and proposed to organize such programs to strengthen our social consciousness about women education in the society. Professor Meeta Banerjee, Vice Chancellor of Kanyakumari University, Nadia, West Bengal, who chaired the inaugural program of the webinar session, highlighted the problems and challenges faced by women in India in their attempt for the fulfillment of their aspiration for higher education. Professor Banerjee emphasized social encouragement for women to join higher education. The family, the society, the state need to motivate them to enroll themselves for higher education, to become professionally and socially empowered and self-reliant. She calls upon the society to protect women against social moods, improper practices, social prohibitions, and patriarchal pressures. He pointed out that parental indifference to girl child, social neglect, child marriage, erroneous ideas of uselessness of and bad investment for education for girl, in all seals all the routes for them to receive higher education. She focuses on gender discrimination, preventing women from joining the line for higher education in India. Finally, she calls upon the society and the enlightened community of the society to provide maximum possible protection to girls and women against discrimination and harassment, impeding the growth rate of their enrollment for higher education. Professor Sumant Chatterjee, Chattaraj, Professor, Department of Education, NSOU, shed light on social structure in the perspective of women education and furnishes statistical data drawing our attention to the lamentable situation of women's GER. Professor Chattaraj pointed out gender disparity as one of the big problems for women's higher education in India. He stressed the need for gender parity to ensure higher education to women. Women need to be socially, politically, and economically empowered through higher education to make India self-reliant in the world and to help India emerge as a power in the world. He is of the opinion that education will cause their social mobility, that education is one of the bases of the sustainable growth of India in all fields. For him, women's education is a key to national development. He stressed the roles of women in India in making India a noticeable power in the world. He demands for more professional and technical institutions of higher education for Indian women to empower them professionally as well as to enable them to attain self-reliance. New disciplines for women need to be introduced in colleges and universities. And finally, he stressed the need for the society's traditional attitude towards women, for the social permission for women to participate in all fields of social and national reconstruction. Professor G.C. Nanda, Professor, Department of Education and Chairperson, Council of Deans, Ravenshaw University, Cuttack, Odisha, defended his practical view that men and women are parallelly contributing to the development of India in line with the new spirit and national needs of the 21st century. Women through education, higher education in particular, need to be inspired with the spirit of the mission to make our land a new India. But he lamented the low rate of GER of women in higher education, that is 38% in comparison with men's. He traces sexual harassment, gender discrimination, inequality, etc. as a big impediment to women's higher education. He is of the view that higher education for women is still urban-centered. Women need to be allowed to enjoy equitable higher education in accordance with the spirit and policy of new policy on education 2020. What hampers women higher education need to be eliminated. They need to cross the broad line of domestic duty and responsibility to join higher education. They need financial and social protection from the government. They need vocational and professional education to achieve empowerment and self-reliance. More professional and vocational institutions need to be set up for them so as to enable them to be self-reliant in all domains of our social and national life. Professor Sanchari Rai Mukherjee, Vice Chancellor, Dakshin Dinajpur University, West Bengal, stressed the launching of more vocational and professional courses for women, which will pave the way for social and economic growth of India. For her, women are expected to play a very constructive role in future to give India a new shape in the shape of development and to help India emerge as a force in the world. After completing higher education of women, they should be allowed to join responsible duties of national reconstruction. After completion of higher education, women should be allowed to join the job that should be reserved for them. And the government of India and the government of states should take special care in ensuring job opportunity for women who had already completed their professional and vocational courses. The term masculine education, according to him, is a practical bar to higher education for them. This term should be deleted. This term carries a social stigma, and this term is indicative of social discrimination for women. And Professor Rai Mukherjee has also pointed out that women in India should be given more right to join broad national duties and to shoulder great national responsibilities. He draws a comparison to show how Chinese women are found to be more competent, are found to be more qualified in serving the nation to make China a great power in the world. Chinese women are more successful and self-reliant in their education and profession than their counterparts in India. Chinese women play an important role in the making of the country's policies, both at the national and international level. But in this respect, Indian women have not been yet given this facility or opportunity to emerge as a force for national reconstruction. They have contributed to the growth of Chinese socio-economic structure. Indian women need to be encouraged to show interest in science and technology, because it is generally thought that Indian women are not so much interested in science education. But this is an idea that is that is far from being truth, because women, that means, I mean to say that the girls since their childhood are discouraged to pursue their studies with science or to form an idea to study science in future. But it is the duty of the family, it is the duty of the nation, it is the duty of the society, it is the duty of the school level educational institution to put into the mind the interest to go ahead with their academic career with science and education. So it is the duty of the society to encourage them to join higher education in science and technology to make India a land of modern technological technological nations in India, in the world. They need to enjoy the facility and opportunity of higher education in accordance with the NEP 2020. The scope of higher education for women need to be widened, and discriminatory approach to higher education for women need to be immediately eliminated to make India to become a force in all domains in the world. Professor Shakti Patapatro, former Associate Professor of English, Malda Government Teachers Training College, West Bengal, stressed the need of social equality between men and women in higher education. He proposed to ignore biological differences between them and to reshape our attitude towards women in the light of needs and social justice to women and social and national progress. He is of the view that women's skills and worth need to be properly assessed and to be helped and assisted in achieving self-reliance. They need equal treatment in the family as well as in the society, and also in all matters related to the nations. They need to be allowed to join the national reconstruction movement as India needs it now. Women are dependable fountain of human resources that must not be overlooked. Professor Patra proposed gender parity in science and professional education for women in India, and demolitions of the traditional wall preventing women from performing intellectual and responsible functions in the society. Professor Prashant Kumar Acharya, Department of Education, Rajiv Gandhi Central University, Arunachal Pradesh, demands abrogation of traditional boundary separating men from women in the society. He pleads for equality in higher education for women in the perspective of globalization of education. Higher education for women should be one of the top national agenda. Dr. Harsh Merchant, Principal Mumbai, stressed economic condition preventing women's higher education. He stressed that women should be given all opportunities as per NEP 2020, because the policies on women education, according to this policy, need to be immediately implemented to ensure higher education to Indian women. Social inequality is a virtual denial of human rights, and these rights should be defended from all quarters in the society. This is a practical problem in India, that women are always thought as a secondary, given a secondary position in the society. But we should bear it in mind that women are equal to man in all domains of life and have proved no less worth in the field of all duties and responsibilities in the society as well as in the nations. Professor Marchant has also pointed out that parental and social indifference to women's education is a practical bar to women's higher education. Improper or negative social views of women is found to be a big problem for them to go ahead with their aim to fulfill their aspiration for higher education. It is found that in all domains of our social and national life, women's presence in different fields of education, in different fields of social life, in different fields of national sectors, they are not properly assessed and properly evaluated. They are facing the problem of lack of social encouragement, social incentive, national incentive. And sometimes women do not dare to receive higher education at a place long distance from their home because of the fear of a number of problems, that is lack of security, etc. So according to him, that women's higher education should be our top social aim, because without proper education to women, we cannot expect our society or the nation to go ahead to touch the target of our national aim. So Professor Marchant has called upon our society to improve the system of higher education in India, to facilitate or to provide easily higher education to women, and to detach higher education from politics, commercialization, and corruption. So, according to him, there is wide collaboration and cooperation from all sectors in the society need to be introduced to pave the way for women's education or women's higher education, so that women can come out to be a dependable force for national development and national reconstruction. The second day session begins with some Professor Shamsundar Vairagya of Vishwabharati University Shantiniketan presiding over the total session, the whole session. He traces the growth rate of women's higher education in India. Social justice to women need to be done to women through higher education. He finds that social problems should be eliminated so that they are free to receive higher education. He calls upon the society to eliminate inequality and social disparity. Higher education for women is essential for social development. Equal opportunity for higher education for women. Traditional attitude to women to be changed and reshaped for the total development, for the rapid development of our society and the nations. Higher education for women being essential for the development and social equality. Women should be made leader in the higher education for making them powerful instrument of social and national development. Social, cultural and economic development in India will be possible only if women, who forms about the 50% of total population of India, are properly educated or are helped to receive higher education, because women play a key role in social reconstruction. Women need to hold key posts in the institutions of higher education in order to encourage women to join higher education or to receive higher education. Higher education for women in urban and rural areas are found to have a wide gap, because higher education has already become urban centered. That is, the women of urban areas find it easy to have higher education, but in rural areas, it is become an equally a tough job for them to receive it. Statistical record provides women in higher education and in government employment or post reveals that the women are not so much are found to be lagging behind man in holding different jobs in key posts at the public and private sectors. So he stressed the universalization of higher education for Indian women to educate, and it is our duty, it is our social duty to do everything to educate our daughters, to educate our women, our girl children, and so that they come out as a virtual force for the reconstruction of our country. So to educate daughters and to save daughters should be our mission. He also stressed professional and vocational education for women to empower them, because education should be the identity of women in the society. Professor Pradipta Kumar Mishra, Principal, Y.S. Palpara Mahavidyalaya, Purbo Midnipur, West Bengal, gives a very valuable information about the present position of women in Indian society. According to him, India's development in all domains is not possible without large-scale participation of women in higher education. He stressed women empowerment through education is one of the sure way for the national and social development of the country. Higher education is a tool for making India a land of knowledge. He statistically explains women's enrollment in higher education. More colleges and universities in rural areas need to be set up to provide higher education and technical and professional education to women in rural areas, so that education should be easily available for them. Because women in rural areas are normally deprived of the facilities of higher education than the women living in urban areas. He provides statistical data to show poor enrollment of women in higher education in India. Financial support through scholarship, fellowships need to be provided to female students and scholars to promote and boost higher education for women. He stresses the strengthening of higher education system for women in India. He also emphasized gender equity in the society to enable and encourage women to prepare themselves for higher education. So as to be enable them to play an effective role in the development and reconstruction of the nation. Dr. Bobby Mahanto, Professor, Mahatma Gandhi University, Assam, sheds light on the problems and challenges of higher education for women in India. He stressed the universalization of higher education for women in India, financial support to women aspiring for higher education needs to be ensured, opportunity for women to receive higher education, to be professionally empowered, need to be given assistance from all corners of the society. The government need to take special initiative to arrange for all prospects for women's higher education in all domains of life as well as in all fields of social and national stages. Discriminatory issues, which is a social crime, need to be prevented, need to be eliminated from the society because it is one of the negative forces that prevent women from higher education. Higher education for women enables them to join and perform national duty and shoulder big national responsibility. Professor Debabrata Devnath, the Department of Education, Gaurbango University, speaks of the position of women in our society. And as this society is male-dominated, women have been reduced to the secondary position in the society. They are marginalized and their lamentable condition in the society should be looked into. He shed light on the problems and dangers of women faced in the society to pave the way for their for the fulfillment of their aspiration for higher education in life. Dr. Rajeshwari K, Principal, Government College of Teachers Education, Kerala, highlighted the problems of female education in Kerala and particularly in India. Problems of female teachers in institutions of all level has come to be one of the important point in his long speech on the webinar session. He drew our attention to the lack of women holding positions in key service sector in all walks of life. He also draws our attention to the lack of women present in various working places in the society. Women are to play the role as mother, wife, daughter, sister-in-law. Still, they prove to be successful in the duties they perform in services. He admires women's abilities and skills. Still, he laments that women are neglected in the society. Women should be free from all bindings that prevent them from having higher education and attaining self-reliance in the society. She expresses her view that our social outlook needs to be broadened because the position of women and the role of women in the society should be widened if we want India to come out as a power in the world. According to her, the steps in India's development in all domains, women should be given rights and more freedom to choose, to select their education as their skills and knowledge permits. They should be given freedom in the selection of the course they want to pursue. So she also stressed equity for women in higher education. He demands to check declining the state of women enrollment for higher education. She stressed ensuring the opportunity for higher education to women for national development and women empowerment. According to her, vocational, professional, and technical educations, if properly imparted to women in the society, will reshape our social and national life and give a new structure to our economic position. She also pointed out that social security, social protection, social encouragement, social motivation might act as a guiding force, as an inspiring force for women to go ahead with their aspiration for higher education in India, because without higher education for women, we cannot envision India as a force, as a power in the field of world economy, in the field of world politics, in the field of world culture, and in the field of world education. So equality, safety, security, motivation should be the top national agenda in respect of women education, women empowerment, women self-reliance in our society. The very positive steps toward women empowerment and self-reliance, if properly implemented, will usher in a new dawn for Indian development, for Indian social structure, and for Indian education. So she also pointed out that women are still facing the crisis of dignity as human beings, even in the family, in the society, and at the national level. They are thought to be a weaker species, but time has proved that women are not so weak as they are generally thought of. Women are equally competent with men to join any social national duty. Additionally, the whole social work, whole family work, whole family responsibility, whole family duty are performed by them. And in addition to performing this duty, they are ready to serve the nation with full devotion and sincerity. So, women's dignity, women's rights should be ensured to them. Professor Rajashree also pointed out that social justice to women should be an important issue, should be an important matter in the respect of women's higher education in the society. The problem that they face in the society should be eliminated, and women's empowerment and employment should be given to them in order to help them to attain self-reliance economically and socially. Women should prove to be worthy to handle all various executive posts in banks and other financial and professional institutions. They need to be properly motivated and encouraged to join the line for national duty and responsibility. Women are definitely a big force for India because 50% of our population are women. Their development means the development of our nations. Their progress means our social progress. Their education means our education. Because we should always bear in mind, as we know, that to give education to a man means to give an individual education, and to give education to women means to give education to the whole family. Thank you all.
Thank you, Kullan Pandya sir, for winding up the proceedings. Your vision, it was your vision that the seminar was conducted, and it was your idea that the seminar should be on the woman higher education, the problems of the higher education for women. Sir knows, and sir has been in this education sector for long now, and it was sir's idea that you should have in this changing world where women are going forward in every sector, we should always encourage them. Now I would like to call up on stage the Honorable President Sir of Balurghat B.Ed College, who is the visionary of Dakhin Dinajpur, and everyone knows him by his name and the work he has carried forward Balurghat in the map of the world. I would request Sir to take my place and share his views and thank and share his gratitude to everyone.
এটা লাগাতে হবে। Good afternoon. New Year greetings to all. Hearty thanks to all eminent scholars, experts, and distinguished resource persons and dignitaries participating in this NAAC-sponsored 2 days national seminar through online on higher education for women in India, problems and challenges in the 21st century. Organized by the Balurghat B.Ed College, I express my heartfelt gratefulness to them all for extending cooperation with the college in making this national seminar through online a great success. I thanks to Professor Meeta Banerjee, Vice Chancellor, Konnacheri University, and Professor Sanchari Rai Mukherjee, Vice Chancellor, Dakhin Dinajpur University, for their scholarly speeches on the topics of the seminar through online that have added a valuable dissemination of the meaning and spirit of the program and greatly enriched us. Professor Jesse Nanda, formerly attached to Ravenshaw University, Kotak, as Chairman Council of Deans, Professor Sumanto Chattoraj, Professor Department of Netaji Open University and former Principal Government Teachers Training College, Malda, West Bengal, Professor Madhuri S. Isep, Associate Professor of SP, Middle East Tilok College of Education, Pune, Shakti Patro, Honorable Scholar and formerly Associate Professor of English, Professor Prashant Kumar Acharya, Department of Education, Rajiv Gandhi University, Arunachal Pradesh, Harsha Merchant, Aisha Bai College of Education, Mumbai, Professor Shamsundar Boiraggo, Vishwabharati University, Shantiniketan, West Bengal, Professor Pradipta Kumar Misro, Principal, YS Palpara Mahavidyalaya, Professor Devobrato Debnath, Department of Education, Gaurabanga University, Rajeshwari K, Principal of College of Teacher Education, Kerala, Dr. Bobby Mohanto, Professor of Mahatma Gandhi University, Assam. Deserves high appreciation for participating in this seminar as expert resource persons. I am heavily grateful of Professor Shakti Patro, Professor Prashanto Acharya, with their observation and analysis says on the problems and challenges faced by the women to join and receive higher education in India in present country. Reporters who patiently followed and listened to their entire programs and discussed and explained the pieces of all the participants in a simple but scholarly way are highly admired and appreciated by all. Finally, I thank the faculty and technical experts of Balurghat College for organizing this seminar through online. Mr. Haripada Shah, Chairman of Balurghat Municipality and member of the governing body Balurghat College, who made this valuable inaugural piece in this program. Here ends thanks to all. ঠিক আছে?
Hello. Hello, Purvina sir.
Seminar already end.
Hello, Purvina sir. We are waiting.